Chapter 14:14. The spiritual spring was a spiritual object of heaven and earth, a rare treasure. It was of great help to any living creature in the world. In addition to containing a huge amount of pure energy, the spiritual spring also had the effect of washing the marrow and improving one's physique. The spiritual spring that Jiang Chen obtained in the Nifa's abyss was already a superior spiritual spring. Just by relying on the spiritual spring, it was enough to attract Fu Yong's attention. But if it was just by relying on it, it might not be able to attract young Master Fu Tian's attention. However, the spiritual spring that was personally transformed by Jiang Chen was completely different. If the previous energy spring water was considered a treasure, then the energy spring water that was transformed by Jiang Chen was a peerless treasure. There was only one of its kind in this world, and other than Jiang Chen, no one else could possess such an energy spring water. As the saying goes, only the unique is precious, and only the rare can attract people's attention. After the transformation, not only did the 9 solar holy water was added to the spiritual spring, which increased the attribute and value of the spiritual spring, but more importantly, it was integrated with spiritual qi. In this way, not only did the spiritual spring have a greater effect than before, but it also had a powerful healing ability. This ability was the most precious, especially for the injured. The powerful healing ability was enough to make people marvel. In other words, the spiritual spring in Jiang Chen's hand was unique and priceless. Jiang Chen was confident that just by relying on the spiritual spring, it was enough to attract young Master Fu Tian's attention. Good treasure. The old liar couldn't help but say. The old man's eyes were bright, staring at the jade bottle in Fu Yong's hand without blinking. It seemed that he was also a person who knew his stuff. Let this old man have a try. Fu Yong's expression was incomparably solemn. He immediately extracted a drop of spiritual spring from the jade bottle and put it into his mouth. The spiritual spring immediately turned into a clear stream and slid down Fu Yong's throat into his body. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard from Fu Yong's body. In just a moment, Fu Yong's spirit was twice as excited as before. What a terrifying healing ability! Not only does this spiritual spring contain a huge amount of energy essence, but its healing ability is also incomparably amazing. I've never thought that just a drop of spiritual spring could heal half of my injuries. This is too amazing. There's actually such a unique spiritual spring in the heavens and earth. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Fu Yong was shocked. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, he felt that it was a peerless treasure and couldn't bear to part with it. The powerful healing ability was even for mighty immortal kings and even immortal emperors. This was the true preciousness of spiritual spring. If I didn't have good stuff, I wouldn't dare to come here. Keeper Fu wouldn't dare to come. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Haha boy, that's a good move of yours. After you've transformed the spiritual spring, it has become a priceless treasure. Today, you took out a bottle of it to trade here. It will definitely whet their appetite. At that time, young Master Fu Tian will send you an invitation in order to get more spiritual spring. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen, praising Jiang Chen's plan. The old liar finally understood why Jiang Chen had to go to the trading center directly under the manor to make the exchange. It was because this place was under the direct jurisdiction of young Master Fu Tian. Just like shopkeeper Fu in front of him, he was a trusted follower of young Master Fu Tian. Shopkeeper Fu would definitely give the spiritual spring to young Master Fu Tian as soon as possible. This was almost certain. Otherwise, young Master Fu Tian wouldn't hand over such a large trading center to Fu Yong. I like him, how could I not like him? Fu Yong said hastily. He was incomparably excited after encountering such a great thing. He could almost imagine that young Master Fu Tian would be very happy if he gave this spiritual spring water to him. Moreover, this spiritual spring water itself would also be of great help to his internal injuries. Now, in Fu Yong's eyes, Jiang Chen was a big shot that he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. I wonder what treasure young Master Jiang intends to exchange this bottle of spirit spring water for? Fu Yong quickly asked. I want to exchange for immortal essence stones, Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen wanted immortal essence stones, shopkeeper Fu's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. A smile was revealed on his face. He was really afraid that Jiang Chen would ask for some rare treasure. If Jiang Chen couldn't take it out, wouldn't he miss out on such a good spiritual spring? However, since Jiang Chen had asked for immortal essence stones, he didn't feel any pressure anymore. Futian Manor didn't lack anything, but immortal essence stones. What our manor doesn't lack the least is immortal essence stones. I wonder how many immortal essence stones young Master Zhang wants? Shopkeeper Fu said. When it came to immortal essence stones, he immediately became confident. It could be seen that Fuqian Manor was rich and overbearing. I want 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones. Jiang Chen said. 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones was a considerable amount of wealth. Even for this bottle of spiritual spring water, this price was somewhat high. But Jiang Chen was sure that even if his price was high, the other party would certainly agree, because Fuqian Manor didn't lack immortal essence stones, but lacked such spiritual spring water. 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones? Isn't it a little too high? Shopkeeper Fu knitted his brows. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so daring. One should know that 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones was equivalent to 10 million high-grade immortal essence stones. If Shopkeeper Fu isn't willing to do this business, I will find someone else. I believe there will be someone else who is willing to do this business. As for the drop of king-grade immortal essence stones that Shopkeeper Fu ate, just take it as a gift from me. Jiang Chen said, obviously not giving the other party a chance to bargain. What Jiang Chen lacked the most now was immortal essence stones. Although he had cheated 500 million high-grade immortal essence stones from the 5 immortal sects in Han's Spirit Zone, this amount was still too little. Jiang Chen's future cultivation would require too many immortal essence stones. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a bottomless pit. Moreover, he was going to advance to the half-step Immortal King and Immortal King realms. The quality of king-grade immortal essence stones was obviously higher. High-grade immortal essence stones were no longer something that Jiang Chen was interested in. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. 1,000 it is. Our manor will buy this spiritual spring. Please wait a moment, young master. Fu Yong was a man who knew what was good and what was bad. He immediately agreed. Although 1,000 king-grade immortal essence stones were a lot, it was nothing to the manor. Fu Yong turned and entered the interior of the building, seemingly to collect the immortal essence stones. Little friend Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. This time, young Master Futian will surely notice you. At that time, he will surely take the initiative to invite you. The old liar spoke with exultation, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of worship, feeling that he had dug out a treasure this time. Chapter 14-15. Fu Yong approached Jiang Chen and handed the spatial bag to Jiang Chen with a smile. Young Master Jiang, here are 1,000 king-grade immortal meta stones. Please count them. Jiang Chen accepted the spatial pouch and said faintly, no need. I trust your trustworthiness. I'll be taking my leave. After saying that, Jiang Chen put away the spatial pouch and turned around to leave. However, he knew that Fu Yong would definitely stop him if he wanted to leave now. Young Master Jiang, please wait. Sure enough, seeing that Jiang Chen was about to leave, Fu Yong hastily stopped him. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of timidity. Then he slowly turned around and looked at Fu Yong with interest. What's wrong? Is there anything else, Shopkeeper Fu? This old man would like to ask if young Master Jiang has more spiritual spring. If you do, our manor is willing to buy them all at a high price. Fu Yong said. Given his experience and eyesight, he could already see the value of Jiang Chen's spiritual spring. Even if it was 1,000 immortal meta stones per bottle, it wouldn't be a loss. This kind of spiritual spring was extremely rare and had never been seen before. Moreover, he guessed that Jiang Chen must have a lot of spiritual spring left. If a cultivator only had one bottle of such spiritual spring, he would never exchange it all for immortal meta stones. The preciousness of spiritual spring was self-evident. There were many ways to obtain immortal meta stones, but this spiritual spring was unique and couldn't be measured by immortal meta stones. Fu Yong felt that if he was in Jiang Chen's shoes, he would never exchange his spiritual spring for immortal meta stones. Therefore, Fu Yong concluded that Jiang Chen had more spiritual spring. I won't hide this from Shopkeeper Fu. I still have a lot of spiritual spring, but I still want to exchange it for other treasures. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I wonder what treasure young Master Jiang wants to exchange for? We have a lot of precious treasures in our exchange. Shopkeeper Fu said. Hearing that Jiang Chen really had a lot of spiritual spring, his eyes immediately revealed a look of joy. I haven't thought of what kind of treasure I want yet. In any case, There's nothing here that I like. I might as well go out and have a look. Who knows? I might be able to find something that I like. Jiang Chen shrugged. If young Master Jiang doesn't even fancy the treasures in our trading house, then there's no need to mention the treasures outside. However, young Master Futian's social gathering will be held 2 days later. At that time, some rare treasures will definitely appear. I wonder if young Master Jiang is interested in this social gathering? Fu Yong said. In order to attract Jiang Chen's attention, he had to use the exchange meeting as a lure. I heard that one must be invited by young Master Futian to participate in this exchange meeting. Unfortunately, I didn't receive young Master Futian's invitation. I'd better go outside and have a look. Jiang Chen said, pretending to be indifferent and not very interested in the exchange. If young Master Jiang doesn't mind, you can stay in our manor. This old man will provide a superior residence for young Master Jiang. Later, this old man will go straight to young Master Futian. I believe that young Master Futian will be very interested in this spiritual spring. At that time, he will definitely send an invitation to young Master Futian. What do you think, young Master Jiang? Fu Yong said quickly. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was a rich man. The temptation of the spiritual spring was too great. If he let Jiang Chen go now, it would be difficult to find him again. Therefore, Fu Yong wanted to make Jiang Chen stay at all costs. Moreover, he believed that anyone who entered the manor would be more or less interested in young Master Futian's social gathering. Presumably, Jiang Chen was no exception. Jiang Chen pretended to think for a moment, and then said in a reluctant tone, since shopkeeper Fu is so kind, if I still don't agree, I'll look a little shy. Hearing that Jiang Chen really agreed to stay, Fu Yong's face suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. How could he know that this was Jiang Chen's original purpose? He was waiting for Fu Yong to send an invitation. All right, young Master Jiang, this way please. This old man has already arranged a superior residence for the 3 distinguished guests. Fu Yong made an inviting gesture, and then led Jiang Chen and the other 2 to the 3rd floor of the Golden Building. This place was full of the aura of wealth. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to enter this place. Only distinguished guests could come here. The 3rd floor was full of rooms. Among them, there was the most luxurious suite, which was decorated magnificently and dazzlingly. It was easy for people to lose themselves in such a place. Young Master Jiang, do you want me to arrange a few attendants to serve you? Fu Yong said with a smile. Hearing the word attendants, the old liar suddenly became interested. He quickly said to Fu Yong, good. It's best to arrange a few more. Jiang Chen frowned and glared at the old liar. No need. We just need to take a rest. Jiang Chen said to Fu Yong with a smile. The old liar was disrespectful, but Jiang Chen had no interest in this. He liked peace and quiet. To him, peace and quiet were always hard to come by. All right. Have a good rest, young Master Jiang. I will go look for young Master Futian now. After Fu Yong finished speaking, he turned and left, closing the door for Jiang Chen. Little friend, this is a free attendant. Isn't it a little wasteful to reject it? The old liar showed an unwilling look. Jiang Chen ignored the old liar and went to the table to drink his tea. Seeing that there was no hope, the old liar sat down and picked up the tea on the table to drink. Little Chenzi, do you think that young Master Futian will send you an invitation? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Don't worry. As long as that young Master Futian isn't a fool, he will certainly send me an invitation. The spiritual spring in little friend's body is even attractive to immortal emperors, let alone Futian. The old liar spoke with incomparable confidence. In the evening, Fu Yong appeared again. As soon as he came to the door, it opened automatically. Jiang Chen sat on the chair and saw Fu Yong walking in with a bright smile, holding a gilded invitation card in his hand. The words exchange meeting were engraved on it. Congratulations, young Master Jiang. Young Master Futian has asked this old man to bring an invitation to young Master Jiang, inviting young Master Jiang to attend the exchange meeting 2 days later. Fu Yong handed the invitation card to Jiang Chen. In this manner, apart from its value, this invitation card was also a symbol of status, because it was personally made by young Master Futian. It represented young Master Futian himself. Those who could receive this invitation card were no ordinary people. All right, I will definitely attend 2 days later. Chapter 14:16. After getting the invitation letter from young Master Fuqian, Jiang Chen had achieved his goal. If he couldn't participate in this exchange, wouldn't he have come in vain? Originally, Jiang Chen wasn't very interested in Fuqian Manor, but this was, after all, his first stop in East Xuanyu. At the very least, he had to get in touch with the people here and inquire about the situation in East Xuanyu. It wasn't difficult to learn from the old liar that Fuqian Manor was one of the most famous places in this generation. Those who could participate in young Master Fuqian's exchange must be famous people of this generation, or at least, geniuses. 2 days later, the Fuqian Manor ushered in its most lively moment. The number of people here was also the highest. Other than young Master Fuqian's gathering, the entire manor was also carrying out transactions. Today, many experts came. There were even powerful immortal kings flying in the air above the manor, causing people to be filled with envy. However, those who could fly in the air were all people with an invitation letter. In this generation, they were all people with a certain status and identity. How enviable! I wonder when I can also reach the immortal king realm. Someone inclined his head, his eyes flashing with envy. To them, being able to break through to the immortal king realm was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Powerful immortal kings, even in the vast eastern profound region, would still have a certain status and be respected by others. Behind the golden building of the manor, there was also a gorgeous manor. This small manor was the core of the entire manor. This was the place where young Master Fuqian would stay every time he came here, and also the venue for the exchange meeting. All the people who came to the manor would feel proud to be able to enter this manor. On the streets of the manor, one could see someone deliberately holding the invitation letter in his hand high, walking arrogantly towards the location of the exchange meeting. Jiang Chen lived in the golden building, but he wasn't in a hurry. When he arrived at the manor with De Huang Dog and the old liar, almost all the people who participated in the exchange meeting had already arrived. After all, in their hearts, this exchange meeting was incomparably important. This was a great opportunity to curry favor with young Master Fuqian. No one was willing to miss it. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the gate of the manor, 2 tall and burly guards immediately stretched out their arms and stopped Jiang Chen. "Show me your invitation." One of the guards, Lang Lang, spoke with an incomparably arrogant attitude. Despite being arrogant, these guards had the capital to be arrogant, because their cultivation base had reached the mighty golden immortal realm. The 2 gatekeepers were golden immortal experts. From this, one could see how tyrannical young Master Fuqian was. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and the invitation letter appeared in his hand. When the guard saw the invitation letter, he immediately felt deep veneration for Jiang Chen and saluted at once, not daring to show the slightest neglect. He was very clear about the value of this invitation letter. Such an invitation letter was personally sent by young Master Fuqian. "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded and strode into the manor. De Huang Dog and Old Liar followed closely behind. Old Liar swaggered around, looking around and clicking his tongue in wonder. However, when Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked in, the Old Liar was stopped again. "Where did you come from, old man?" "Scram," the guard said rudely. "Holy shit! Are you blind? Can't you see that we are together? Why can the 2 of them enter but I can't?" Old Liar was instantly pissed off. He jumped 3 feet high, put his hands on his waist, and argued with the guard. This was discrimination. Blatant discrimination. "Scram. This isn't a place you can come." The guard didn't show any courtesy and directly pushed Old Liar out. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. It seemed that bringing Old Liar along would only bring trouble. However, Jiang Chen also hated the snobbish attitude of the guard. In that case, he must bring Old Liar in no matter what. "We are together. So what? You still want to stop me?" Jiang Chen said coldly. "I dare not. It's just that this person is filthy. If he enters the manor, it will affect the image of the manor," said the guard. He was still very polite when speaking to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was a distinguished guest. He didn't dare to slight him. "If that's the case, I won't be participating in the exchange. However, if I don't participate, I wonder if your young master will kill you directly." As Jiang Chen spoke, he strode out of the door. Seeing that Jiang Chen was angry, the guard's expression instantly changed. He quickly apologized. "Young master, please don't be angry. It's my fault. Please come in." The guard was very clear that those who could participate in the exchange were not ordinary people. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, if he left, young Master Fu Tian would most likely kill him. Because he didn't know what good treasures Jiang Chen had on him. If Jiang Chen brought any losses to young Master Fu Tian, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Seeing that the guard's attitude wasn't bad, Jiang Chen finally let it go. He turned around and continued to walk into the manor. The old liar swaggered behind Jiang Chen. When he passed by the guard, he didn't even need to give him a contemptuous look. Inside the manor, there was a huge courtyard. The surroundings were filled with birdsong, fragrant flowers and colorful butterflies. It was very beautiful. In the middle of the courtyard, 2 rows of tables and chairs were placed side by side. Each table and chair was made of pure jade. Immortal fruits and fine wine were placed on the table. One could see that there was a sign on each table with a person's name written on it. With a rough glance, there were at least 30 tables here. Clearly, the number of people who were invited to participate in the exchange wasn't small. Most of the people present were young geniuses. Most of them were early Immortal King experts. The weakest among them was at least a half-step Immortal King expert. Even those half-step Immortal King geniuses had Immortal King experts as followers. Sure enough, East Xuanyu isn't a place that one-line sky can compare to. So many Immortal King experts have appeared in this small region. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He could imagine that the geniuses here were absolutely not the top geniuses of East Xuanyu. At most, they were the geniuses of this generation. Even so, there were already so many Immortal Kings here. If so, how terrifying would the top geniuses of the 11 major powers be? Jiang Chen was looking forward to it more and more. Little friend, some of the people here can't be underestimated. Some of them are like young Master Fu Tian, geniuses of the 11 major powers. Although this is the border of East Xuanyu, because of the existence of Fu Tian Manor, this place has become extremely prosperous. It's much more prosperous than many other places in the inner region. The old liar explained to Jiang Chen in a low voice. It seemed that he was afraid that Jiang Chen would imagine East Xuanyu to be too terrifying. As a matter of fact, Immortal King geniuses had a very high status even in the 11 major powers. Jiang Chen nodded his head, understanding the old liar's meaning. In front of the 2 rows of tables and chairs, there was an incomparably spacious chair. This was the only chair that no one was sitting on, but Jiang Chen knew that this seat was definitely not reserved for him, but for young Master Fu Tian. However, the tables and chairs here were all occupied. In other words, there was no seat for him here. Motherfucker! Why isn't there a seat for us? De Huang Dog was hot-tempered and immediately refused to accept it. Jiang Chen glanced around and immediately found his name on a table, and the person sitting on it was a young man of half-step Immortal King realm. This person was chatting happily with an old man next to him. In front of the old man, there was also a plate with the words Wang Yao written on it. Little friend, this Wang Yao is from the Wang family in this area. The person sitting on your seat is Wang Yao. The person sitting on Wang Yao's seat is an elder of the Wang family. Chapter 14:17. Is that so? It seems like it's a matter of course for him to occupy my position. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. Wang family is very influential in this area. There are immortal emperors in the family, which can almost rival Fu City. This Wang Yao is the youngest son of the Wang family's patriarch. He is used to being overbearing. Moreover, every time young Master Fu Tian invited him to participate in the trade fair, he basically knows all of them. All of them are famous figures in this area. Some of them are even geniuses of the 11 major powers. Only you are a newcomer. I haven't even heard of you before. So naturally, he will occupy your position. The old liar spoke. His meaning was very clear. Among the people invited today, all of them were famous figures. Only the name of Jiang Chen had never been heard of. So it was only natural for him to be despised by others. Plus, Wang Yao was used to being arrogant. He felt that he was the young master of Wang family, and was qualified to occupy 2 positions. Wang Yao was indeed very arrogant, but he didn't know that he had stepped on an iron plate this time. For God's sake! Is someone with the surname Wang very awesome? You can be arrogant, but you can't be arrogant when it comes to Master Dog. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. Even if Jiang Chen could tolerate this, De Huang Dog absolutely couldn't tolerate it. This was a matter of face. De Huang Dog wagged his tail and walked towards the courtyard unhurriedly. De Huang Dog's majestic appearance was too eye-catching. As soon as he arrived, he attracted the attention of everyone, including Wang Yao. All eyes were on De Huang Dog. Motherfucker! Where did this dog come from? How dare he appear in this place? What are the guards doing? How dare they let a dog in? Don't they know that this is the social meeting of young Master Futian? Unauthorized people can't come in, but now, a dog has been let in. Is this a joke? Where did this dog come from? Get out! De Huang Dog didn't even have time to say a word before he incited public anger. This made De Huang Dog extremely depressed and angry. He told this group of people in his heart that once Elder Dog got angry, the consequences would be dire. De Huang Dog ignored the gazes and words of these people and strode towards his seat. However, the seat he was going to wasn't Jiang Chen's seat, but Wang Yao's seat. The person sitting on Wang Yao's seat was the elder of Wang family, an early immortal king. He followed Wang Yao out to ensure Wang Yao's safety. Although Wang Yao was a genius, he was only a half-step immortal king, far from being a match for an immortal king. After all, a spoiled brat like him couldn't be compared with a genius like Tian Muyun. Such a person might have a very high cultivation base, but his foundation wasn't solid. Most of them relied on pills to build up their cultivation base. De Huang Dog walked to the front of the Wang family elder and said loudly, "Old man, this is Master Dog's seat. Please move aside." What? A dog's seat? The noisy scene quieted down all of a sudden. Many people were stunned, including Wang Yao and the elder of Wang family. That plate clearly had Wang Yao's name written on it. Since when did it become a dog's seat? Hong. In the next moment, a wave of anger burst out from Wang Yao and the elder. Both of them were extremely angry, especially Wang Yao. When he regained his senses, he felt that he had been greatly humiliated, because Big Yellow had actually compared him to a dog. His position had become the position of a dog. If this wasn't an insult, then what was? Where did this damned dog come from? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Scram! Wang Yao shouted at De Huang Dog. A wave of qi shot out from his mouth and landed on De Huang Dog's body. It seemed that Wang Yao wanted to shock De Huang Dog to death. However, his shock had no effect on De Huang Dog at all. The powerful qi only caused the yellow fur on De Huang Dog's body to flutter. "Old man, this is Master Dog's seat. Hurry up and get up. Forcibly occupying someone else's seat is very immoral. It's an extremely shameless behavior." De Huang Dog held his head high and put human ethics on the table. Where did this dog come from? Does he want to die? He actually dared to treat Wang Yao like this. "This dog is doomed. Wang Yao will definitely skin him alive," said a villager. Although they didn't know where this dog came from, many people showed pity for De Huang Dog. With the power of the Wang family, even they had to show some respect. "Damn dog, are you fucking blind? This plate clearly has my name written on it. You, a dog, actually came to occupy the seat. I really don't know where you get the courage from. Today you have offended me. You are destined to be skinned alive, your tendons pulled out, and your bones turned into ashes." Wang Yao was angry. The elders of the Wang family were also angry. Their murderous intent soared to the sky. It seemed that they wanted to directly tear De Huang Dog into pieces. "Since your name is written there, why are you sitting here? Could it be that the young master of the Wang family can't even read? You are so idiotic that you can't even find your seat. If this is really the case, the entire Wang family's face has been completely lost because of you." At this time, a voice came from behind. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in white with one hand behind his back. He was leisurely walking towards them. Beside him, there was an old man in shabby clothes. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Isn't he too audacious? How dare he go against Wang Yao in public? It seems like he is in cahoots with that dog. It seems like he is that Jiang Chen. He doesn't have any reputation at all. Judging from his cultivation base, he is merely a late golden immortal. I really have no idea how such a person could get the invitation. This person also looks very arrogant. However, he dares to humiliate Wang Yao and the Wang family in public with just a late golden immortal cultivation base. This courage is really admirable. Unfortunately, he won't even know how he died. That Wang Yao's temper isn't very good. Seeing the appearance of Jiang Chen, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to guess that he was in cahoots with De Huang Dog. Moreover, the only person who could appear here without occupying a seat was that Jiang Chen. However, who was this Jiang Chen? No one knew. Now, they only knew that this unknown young man had made a big mess of things. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. The consequences would be very serious. Who are you? How dare you talk to this young master like this? Are you tired of living? Wang Yao pointed at Jiang Chen and shouted. Jiang Chen actually said that he couldn't read. This was also a kind of humiliation. What kind of identity did he have? Today, he was invited by young Master Futian to participate in the exchange. First, he was humiliated by a dog. Now, he was humiliated by a golden immortal kid. How could he bear this? I'm sorry. You have occupied my seat. Please step aside. Chapter 14:18. What? Chasing him away again? Wang Yao almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Today, he finally knew what was called reckless and reckless. Wang Yao originally occupied 2 seats. Now, one was occupied by a dog and the other by a golden immortal youth. How could this be? Wasn't this bullying? But Wang Yao didn't look like the kind of person who could be easily bullied. And you, old man, get out of here before Master Dog gets angry. De Huang Dog scolded the elder. His saliva flew all over the elder's face. Courting death. Encountering such a situation, no matter how good one's self-restraint was, it would collapse. The elder of Wang family was infuriated. He struck out a palm blade at Big Yellow's head. Moreover, he had already seen through Big Yellow's cultivation base. He was merely a half-step immortal king great demon. Not even a demon king. Such a cultivation base was nothing in the elder's eyes. In his opinion, he could easily split Big Yellow's head into 2 with just a casual strike. Clang! A frightening scene appeared. The furious palm strike from the Wang family elder landed on Big Yellow's head, producing a sound of iron being struck, and some sparks were produced. De Huang Dog was still standing there calmly. The attack of the elder didn't cause any harm to him. He didn't dodge just now. It wasn't because he didn't have the ability to dodge, but because he didn't need to. What? Many people cried out in surprise. The elder of the Wang family seemed to have been struck by lightning. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. Only he knew how terrifying that attack was. In his opinion, even if the opponent was a real demon king, if he was caught off guard, his head would still be smashed. However, the dog in front of him was completely unscathed. Moreover, that hard dog head had shaken his palm to the point of numbness. This dog isn't simple. He's only a half-step immortal king, but he could withstand an immortal king's attack so easily. What's this dog's head made of? Even if it's made of iron, it can't be so hard. Everyone was shocked. The entire courtyard was in an uproar. No one dared to look down on De Huang Dog anymore. After all, one could tell with a glance whether one was an expert or not. Although there were many arrogant people here, none of them were fools. The elder of Wang family is so weak. He can't even scratch an itch for Master Dog. De Huang Dog didn't make a move. He just stood there and mocked. After hearing De Huang Dog words, the elder staggered and almost fell from his seat. He was a dignified immortal king, but a dog said that he was weak. What he couldn't stand was that his attack was just a scratch. This was a great humiliation to him. Wang Yao, please move away from my seat, or I'll throw you out, said Wang Yao. Jiang Chen also spoke. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but he was never afraid of trouble. If the opponent thought that he could show off in front of him just because he was some bullshit young master, then he was gravely mistaken. Pah! Wang Yao was infuriated. He slammed his palm on the table, then rose to his feet, pointed his finger at Jiang Chen's nose and roared. Jiang Chen, I don't care where you came from, but since you have offended me, the consequences will be very serious. If you kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology, I'll give face to young Master Fukuda. Arg, however, before he could finish his arrogant words, he let out a shrill scream. This was because he could no longer retract his fingers. At this moment, his entire palm was firmly grasped by Jiang Chen. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. It could be seen that Wang Yao's palm had begun to twist. However, Jiang Chen's hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how Wang Yao struggled, he couldn't move at all. Bastard! Jiang Chen, how dare you hurt me? You're finished. You're finished. Wang Yao was still threatening him. How could he bear to be humiliated by a nobody in front of so many people with his status? What made Wang Yao feel even more incredulous was that the other party actually dared to attack him. This was simply unimaginable. Everyone present saw this scene, and their faces were filled with shock. One should know that no matter how weak Wang Yao was, no matter how spoiled he was, he still had the strength of a half-step immortal king. That Jiang Chen was merely a late golden immortal. But Wang Yao couldn't fight back at all. Imperceptibly, people had started to look down on this newcomer, Jiang Chen. Stop! Let go of my young master. The elder also stood up from his seat. He completely released his immortal king's qi and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, this qi had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. Not even the corner of his clothes moved. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the Wang family's elder. He grabbed Wang Yao's neck and threw him out of the courtyard like he was throwing a chick. He threw Wang Yao out of the courtyard and out of the manors. Courting death. The elder was infuriated. He was about to attack Jiang Chen, but someone was faster than him. De Huang dog moved. His hard dog head turned into a golden light and rammed towards the elder's chest. Get out of here too. De Huang dog was enraged. The elder's facial expression changed dramatically, because De Huang dog's speed was too fast. So fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. Bang! Ka-cha! The dog head rammed into the elder's chest, causing it to cave in. The elder spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away like an arrow leaving the bow. A young master and an elder of the Wang family were thrown out in the blink of an eye. After that, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog sat on their seats as if there was no one else around. The scene was silent. Some people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, not daring to believe what they had just seen. Their gazes kept wandering between Jiang Chen and De Huang dog, feeling extremely shocked. That was an immortal king expert. Yet, he was sent flying without any chance to retaliate. What exactly was this dog head made of? Was it some kind of divine weapon? The old swindler chuckled and sat next to De Huang dog. His eyes flashed with the scene of Jiang Chen and De Huang dog attacking earlier. A faint smile appeared on his face, but no one noticed this smile. Not even Jiang Chen and De Huang dog noticed it. This was just a small interlude. Jiang Chen didn't take it to heart. As for whether or not Wang Yao would take revenge on him, Jiang Chen really didn't care. In any case, the two of them wouldn't appear here today. After being thrown out, they wouldn't have the face to go back in. At this moment, the void violently trembled a few times. A young man in black walked out from the void, as though he was taking a stroll in the park. Chapter 14:19. After the appearance of the black-robed youth, the scene quieted down once more. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe when they looked at the youth. He was the center of attention. There was only one person who could have such an imposing manner in this manner, and that was young Master Fuqian. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across young Master Fuqian and found that this Fuqian was indeed exuding an intermediate immortal king cultivation base. He was a rare genius, but Jiang Chen's first impression of Fuqian wasn't the slightest bit good. As though he had been greatly influenced by Corpse Yin's sect, young Master Fuqian radiated a gloomy and cold qi that was mixed with bloody and tyrannical qi. Additionally, there was a hint of an obscene smile at the corner of young Master Fuqian's mouth. One look and anyone would know that he was a ruthless and merciless person. Moreover, the cultivation method of Corpse Yin's sect was famous for being evil. Jiang Chen had cultivated the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, which allowed him to judge people with incomparable accuracy. The eyes of young Master Fuqian were full of evil, greed, lust, and sin. The combination of all kinds of expressions had doomed him to be a ruthless, bloodthirsty devil. Greetings, young Master Fuqian. Everyone stood up from their seats and clasped their fists at young Master Fuqian. After coming to this manner, no one dared to show the slightest neglect or disrespect to young Master Fuqian. What they feared was not only young Master Fuqian's cultivation base, but also his means. The infamy of Corpse Yin's sect could be said to be notorious in East Xuanyu. One had to be careful when dealing with the people of Corpse Yin's sect. A single mistake would lead to eternal damnation. Yes, everyone here is giving me, Fuqian, the honor of attending my gathering. Young Master Fuqian clasped his fists at everyone and spoke in an incomparably humble tone. Haha! Young Master Fuqian is too modest. It's our great honor to be invited by young Master Fuqian. This is a very honorable thing for us. That's right. Who in this area doesn't know the name of young Master Fuqian? A genius of corpse insect. Even in the entire East Xuanyu, you're also famous. Compared to young Master Fuqian, I'm really not worth mentioning. This Fuqian Manor has been built by young Master Fuqian like a paradise on earth. It's incomparably exciting to be able to attend the social meeting in such a beautiful place. All the bootlickers had started. Before the exchange meeting started, everyone had already started to flatter young Master Fuqian. It would be best if they could build a good relationship with young Master Fuqian. Everyone, please have a seat. Young Master Fuqian waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. At this time, young Master Fuqian turned around to look at Jiang Chen and walked directly to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen injured the Wang family's young master and elder as soon as he arrived. This young master will feel embarrassed in front of the Wang family in the future. Young Master Fuqian said faintly, but everyone could hear the dissatisfaction in his words. Everyone knew that he didn't care about Wang family, but his own face. Jiang Chen, a newcomer, actually dared to make a move in his territory. This kind of behavior was not giving him face. Jiang Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. This young Master Fuqian was a person who could do anything. His behavior just now had indeed swept young Master Fuqian's face. If it wasn't for the spiritual spring in his hand, perhaps young Master Fuqian would have killed him directly. Young Master Fuqian must be joking. How would Jiang Chen dare not give young Master Fuqian face? Everyone here is watching. It was Wang Yao who didn't give young Master Fuqian face first. Every seat here was personally arranged by young Master Fuqian, but Wang Yao self-righteously occupied someone else's seat. He didn't put young Master in his eyes at all. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I made a move. If it was just because of a seat, it would be fine. But this involves young Master's face. I can't tolerate it, said Jiang Chen. He knew that young Master Fuqian wanted to save face in front of everyone, so he would give young Master Fuqian face. Haha, sure enough, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, young Master Fuqian burst into laughter. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was a smart man who knew how to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. His words could be considered as giving young Master Fuqian a way out of this embarrassing situation. However, now you, Jiang Chen, have occupied 2 seats. Young Master Fuqian looked at De Huang Dog and said, Wang Yao is gone, so this seat is vacant. Of course, this seat is still up to young Master. As long as young Master says the word, my friend will stand up immediately. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Since he wanted to give young Master Fuqian face, he would give young Master Fuqian enough. Forget it. Anyway, this seat is vacant. Young Master Fuqian shrugged, then turned and walked to his seat in front. Since Wang Yao had been thrown out, he would not come back again. So he might as well leave both seats to Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had violated young Master Fuqian's taboo by attacking him in his own place. Now, he bore a grudge and had the intention to kill Jiang Chen. However, for the sake of the spiritual spring, he chose to endure it for the time being. After the trade fair was over, he would settle this account with Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, young Master Fuqian didn't put Jiang Chen, a newcomer, in his eyes at all. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was a golden immortal without a strong background. Jiang Chen was not qualified to participate in his trade fair. The reason why he sent an invitation to Jiang Chen was entirely for the spiritual spring in Jiang Chen's hands. The day before yesterday, Fu Yong had given the bottle of spiritual spring to young Master Fuqian. For young Master Fuqian, who often saw treasures, he could see the value of the spiritual spring at first glance. So, he immediately sent an invitation to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could clearly sense young Master Fuqian's hostility towards him. Immediately, a faint smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He had no interest in young Master Fuqian, but if young Master Fuqian wanted to find trouble with him, then he would be asking for trouble. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base of late golden immortal, killing young Master Fuqian would be effortless. Although the cultivation method of corpse insect was evil and frightening, Jiang Chen could restrain them, just like how he dealt with the demonic devils of the evil clan. Little Chenzi, this young Master Fuqian looks a bit annoying. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. It's okay if he looks annoying, as long as he doesn't do anything annoying. Jiang Chen lifted a cup of tea to his mouth and took a sip. From the beginning to the end, he had never put young Master Futian in his eyes. Young Master Futian walked to his seat and sat down calmly. Clap, clap. Young Master Futian clapped several times. Immediately, 20 to 30 women in white walked out from the depths of the courtyard. Each of these women was as beautiful as a flower. Their faces were all wearing bright smiles, but if one looked carefully, it wasn't difficult to see the dullness in the depths of their eyes. Chapter 14:20. The number of beauties was like a tide. All kinds of charm dazzled the eyes of the people present. Some of their eyes were about to emit light. Those who had attended the social meeting before knew that this was specially arranged by young Master Futian. These women were used by them for pleasure. To young Master Futian, these women were merely tools. These women aren't normal. They have all been controlled by someone using some special method. De Huang Dog spoke in a low voice. About 30 beautiful women walked to their respective tables and knelt on their knees with a radiant smile on their faces. Haha! I've long known that young Master Futian's place is filled with the beauty of spring. Now that I've seen it, it really lives up to its reputation. An early immortal king genius laughed heartily, then began to move his hands up and down the girl beside him. Both of his hands reached into the girl's clothes and kneaded her breasts. The girl let out a soft moan, but didn't resist, allowing the man to touch her body as he pleased. Naturally, the others weren't idle either. They all understood that this was a gift from young Master Futian for them to enjoy. Most of the people who came here were also here to enjoy themselves. Although this social meeting had a segment where treasures were traded, enjoyment was also a very important thing. Those who came here weren't righteous people. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite. A woman knelt beside Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog respectively. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were still fine, but the old liar wasn't polite at all. He pulled the woman into his arms, but that was all the old liar did. He didn't grope the woman like the others. The woman next to Jiang Chen knelt there motionlessly. Jiang Chen didn't touch her, so she just knelt there quietly with an unchanging smile on her face. Jiang Chen looked into the woman's eyes. In the depths of her eyes, he could no longer see any vitality. It was like a pool of stagnant water, lifeless and lifeless. Jiang Chen could even see her soul. A person whose soul was almost dried up was no different from a walking corpse. Corpse insect has a rare soul manipulation technique that can control a person's soul completely. This soul manipulation technique is originally used to target dead people. Corpse insect is good at using corpses. They will transport the corpses of some experts back, and then use a secret technique to make them into puppets to fight for them. However, young Master Futian has integrated this secret technique of corpse insect into the soul manipulation technique. He has been dealing with young and beautiful women everywhere, controlling them and turning them into his slaves, playthings and tools. The old swindler transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. They could sense that even someone like the old swindler was feeling a little angry when he said those words. This was probably one of the reasons why the old swindler was too embarrassed to play around with the woman beside him. For God's sake, this kind of scum is simply a scourge. De Huang Dog seemed to be very angry, but he didn't show it. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, glittering with icy cold light that was extremely gloomy. He really couldn't have the slightest good impression of someone like young Master Futian. No matter how strong the other party was or how powerful the other party was, Jiang Chen was destined to never be friends with such a person. Young Master Futian's way of doing things reminded Jiang Chen of Lord Blood Moon. When he had just entered the Black Sect, he wreaked havoc in the Outer Circle and brutally beat up an Outer Circle elder. Later on, he was punished by Taoist Black to get rid of Blood Devil and Lord Blood Moon. The way this young Master Futian behaved was no different from Blood Devil. Although Jiang Chen was a cruel and merciless man, it was only toward his enemies. He would never kill the innocent. He even abhorred evil as if it was his personal enemy. He had the courage of a real man. In the depths of his soul, there was the most basic justice in the heaven and earth. What? Brother Jiang Chen, you don't like it? Young Master Futian looked at Jiang Chen and spoke in a displeased tone. This Jiang Chen had attacked him in his territory when he just arrived, and now, he was ignoring his woman. Clearly, he wasn't giving him any face. One should know that a man like young Master Futian cared about his face the most. It's not that I don't like it, I'm just not interested, Jiang Chen said indifferently. His attitude toward young Master Futian was no longer as polite as before. When you hated someone, it was hard to have a good conversation with that person, not even by pretending. Jiang Chen, watch your tone. One man couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at that man Lang Lang with an indifferent and disdainful face, and chose to ignore him. Being ignored by Jiang Chen, that man seemed incomparably angry, but that was all. Initially, he wanted to attack Jiang Chen to show off in front of young Master Fu Tian. Unfortunately, he was only a half-step immortal king like Jiang Chen. Even if he was given more courage, he wouldn't dare to attack Jiang Chen. All right, don't let these trivial matters affect everyone's mood. Brother Jiang Chen is also a distinguished guest today, and he has some rare treasures with him. I wonder what other treasures the others have brought with them. I think everyone should take out their treasures, and if anyone is interested in them, we can trade with them. Young Master Fu Tian spoke, finally getting to the main topic. This young Master Fu Tian is also very black-hearted. The purpose of holding this exchange is to obtain treasures. There are so many people here, and none of them are simple figures. They wouldn't come here if they don't have good treasures. Although young Master Fu Tian said that everyone can take out their treasures for exchange, if it's a treasure that he fancies, who would dare to compete with him? Besides, no one here doesn't give him face. As long as he fancies something, he will get it at the lowest price. The old liar spoke in a low voice, as though he was incomparably clear about the situation here. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog nodded. They had already expected such a situation after seeing the real young Master Fu Tian. It was impossible for young Master Fu Tian to have no ulterior motives in such an exchange. I'll go first. I've once entered an ancient tomb. I didn't get anything but a corpse. I don't know how many years this corpse has existed for, but it hasn't rotted. According to my observation, it should at least be left behind by a late immortal king supreme expert. This corpse is useless to others, but it's of great use to young Master Fu Tian. An early immortal king spoke, taking out a spatial ring. His name was Hua Ying, a genius of Huangquan Gate. As one of the 11 major powers, Huangquan Gate wasn't weaker than Corpse Yin's sect in any aspect. Therefore, Hua Ying had a certain status among these people. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing that it was the corpse of a late immortal king, young Master Fu Tian's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Just like what Hua Ying said, this corpse might be useless to others, but it was of great use to him. This was what Corpse Yin's sect did. Young Master Fu Tian could use a secret technique to forge a corpse into a puppet. A late immortal king puppet was priceless. I don't want any exchange for this corpse. I'll just give it to young Master Fu Tian as a gift. Hua Ying appeared incomparably forthright. He had a good relationship with young Master Fu Tian. Usually, he would come to this manor to enjoy himself. It could be said that they were the same kind of people. It was very worthwhile to use a corpse to make young Master Fu Tian happy. Haha, Brother Hua is straightforward. In that case I, Fu Tian, won't stand on ceremony. Young Master Fu Tian laughed heartily, seeming very happy. With a wave of his hand, the spatial ring flew out from Hua Ying's hand and fell into his palm. A divine sense penetrated into the spatial ring. Young Master Fu Tian's smile became even more brilliant. Sure enough, it's high grade. Brother Hua's corpse is undoubtedly a good thing, but this treasure of mine is also extremely rare. Everyone, please have a look. Someone stood up and spoke. A black old ginseng appeared in his hand. The old ginseng was 3 feet long and emitting cold qi. It had already grown into a human form. This is a 10,000 years cold ginseng. I think it will be extremely beneficial to young Master Fu Tian's cultivation. Today, I'll do you a favor and give it to young Master Fu Tian. I hope young Master will like it. In a word, a 10,000 years cold ginseng was given away. The smile on young Master Fu Tian's face remained unchanged. He didn't refuse anyone and kept it. For God's sake, a 10,000 years cold ginseng, a supreme grade spiritual herb, was given away just like that. Motherfucker. De Huang Dog gnashed his teeth in hatred, deeply feeling that it was a pity. In the following time, everyone present took out their treasures one by one. There were immortal weapons, exotic treasures, divine pills, and miraculous medicines. In any case, the treasures they took out were all priceless. But what made Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog dumbfounded was that all the treasures of these guys were directly given to young Master Fu Tian. None of them even asked for any reward. All of them were selfless contributions. Motherfucker. How is this an exchange meeting? They're here to give gifts. The old liar rolled his eyes, finally realizing that his understanding of this exchange meeting was far from enough. Fact. Master Dog finally knows why young Master Futian wants to hold this exchange meeting, and also why young Master Futian would send you an invitation instead of buying your spiritual spring in private. De Huang Dog suddenly came to a realization. This wasn't a motherfucking exchange meeting, nor was it a trade meeting, but a tribute to the emperor. Young Master Futian, the local tyrant, was really greedy. After getting so many treasures, young Master Futian naturally couldn't close his mouth. Brother Jiang Chen, everyone has taken out their treasures. You should also take out your own, right? Hua Ying looked at Jiang Chen and said. At this time, everyone had taken out their treasures, except for Jiang Chen. I heard that Brother Jiang Chen has an extremely rare spiritual spring. Why don't you take it out directly? This young master can buy it or exchange it with treasures. Young Master Futian said with a smile. Chapter 14:21. Immediately, Jiang Chen's side became the focus of everyone's attention. Every pair of eyes fell upon Jiang Chen, revealing a meaningful smile on their faces. They were all waiting to see what kind of treasure Jiang Chen was going to take out. Every one of them knew very well that young Master Futian would never invite a stranger to this trading fair. It must be the treasure in Jiang Chen's hand that had caught young Master Futian's attention, and the item that young Master Futian had taken a fancy to would never be able to escape. Jiang Chen glanced at the old swindler from the corner of his eyes. It seemed that the old swindler wasn't very well informed about this trade fair, because this wasn't a so-called trade fair, but a way for everyone to curry favor with young Master Futian by showing their remarkable abilities. And the purpose of them fawning on young Master Futian was just to enjoy themselves in this manner in the future. Almost in an instant, Jiang Chen completely lost his good impression of everyone present. Or it could be said that Jiang Chen didn't have a good impression of them from the beginning, and now he hated them even more. Brother Jiang Chen, there aren't many spiritual springs that can catch young Master Futian's attention. Brother Jiang Chen, why don't you quickly take it out and let us broaden our horizons? Hua Ying spoke again. That's right. I also want to see what kind of magical spiritual spring exists in this world. Someone echoed. Well, since everyone is so interested, I'll take out the spiritual spring. Jiang Chen smiled. With a flip of his palm, a palm-sized jade bottle appeared and was placed directly on the table. The golden jade bottle was constantly emitting bright rays of light. Wisps of pure aura drifted out of the jade bottle, making everyone present feel refreshed. The spiritual spring water was a spiritual treasure of the heavens and earth. It was incomparably precious, but to the people present, it wasn't too rare. After all, the majority of the people present were people with powerful backgrounds. However, even if they didn't open the jade bottle to check, they could still feel the mystical and extraordinary nature of the spiritual spring water. Many people's attention was immediately drawn to it. I suppose young Master Futian has witnessed the preciousness of this spiritual spring, so I won't introduce it any further. One bottle of spiritual spring costs 1,000 king-grade immortal meta stones. I have a total of 10 bottles here. If young Master Futian is interested, just take out 10,000 king-grade immortal meta stones and the spiritual spring will be yours. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone with a harmonious smile on his face. However, as soon as Jiang Chen's words faded, the scene turned silent in an instant. Every pair of eyes looked at Jiang Chen as though they had seen a ghost. The smile on young Master Futian's face froze. Thousands of fuck horses were galloping madly in his hearts. Many people had the urge to spurt out blood. Was this guy an idiot? He must be sick in the head to ask for money from young Master Futian. He must be tired of living. No one had ever dared to mention money to young Master Futian in the social gathering. They were all here to gift treasures. This Jiang Chen was simply an ignorant fool. Asking for money from young Master Futian? His brain must have gone haywire. This was simply an act of courting death. This was the thought in everyone's mind. The way each of them looked at Jiang Chen was as though they were looking at a weirdo. There was no one more weirdo than him. Could it be that this guy didn't see the previous actions of everyone? Didn't he see that no matter how important the treasures were, they would be given away directly? However, Jiang Chen chose to ignore these gazes. He calmly picked up the wine on the table and took a sip. What a joke. He came here to get the treasures. He had never thought that these guys would give all the treasures to young Master Futian, making his trip here in vain. Not only did he come here in vain, but they also wanted him to take the initiative to give away the spiritual spring. That was absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. As for young Master Futian's face, sorry, but in front of Jiang Chen, face was worthless. De Huang Dog chuckled. He knew Jiang Chen too well. As for the old liar, he was somewhat surprised. From the beginning when Jiang Chen attacked Wang Yao, he already had some appreciation for Jiang Chen. Now when he saw the way Jiang Chen acted, the appreciation in his eyes grew stronger. Young Master Futian, this price is very fair. If it was someone else, they would have to pay at least 1,500 king-grade immortal meta stones. From this point alone, I have already given young master enough face. Jiang Chen continued to speak unhurriedly, totally not putting those murderous gazes in his eyes. Bastard! Jiang Chen, who do you think you are? It's just a spiritual spring. Gifting it to young Master Futian is already your greatest blessing. How dare you ask for immortal meta stones from young Master Futian? You simply don't know what's good for you. Hua Ying stood up from his seat, pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and shouted. He seemed extremely angry, even angrier than young Master Futian, making people doubt whether young Master Futian was his biological father or not. What? Don't tell me you want to force me in this social gathering? You can gift it to me and I will sell it to you. If young Master Futian doesn't like it, you can choose not to accept it. Besides, I have already given you enough face with this price. Don't you think so, young Master Futian? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes at young Master Futian. As for Hua Ying, he didn't even give him a glance and chose to ignore him. A trace of coldness and killing intent flickered in the depths of young Master Futian's eyes, but it was quickly concealed by him. Haha! What Brother Jiang Chen said is right. Today's social gathering itself has an element of transaction. Plus, the price given by Brother Jiang is indeed very appropriate. However, I happen to have 10,000 king-grade immortal metastones here, just enough to buy the spiritual spring in Brother Jiang's hand. Young Master Futian laughed loudly. Although he couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces, he still had to take care of his face. Immediately, he took out a spatial ring, which contained exactly 10,000 king-grade immortal metastones, and threw it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen caught it, then took out 10 bottles of spiritual spring and threw them to young Master Futian. After catching them, young Master Futian hesitated inwardly. Damn brat! How dare he not give me face, making me lose 10,000 king-grade immortal metastones in vain. Humph! When the social gathering is over, I'll let you know how powerful I am. At that time, you'll have to exchange all of my things back. But this spiritual spring is really a good thing. How could Jiang Chen not know what young Master Futian was thinking? Now, he even had the same thought as young Master Futian. He had just arrived in East Xuanyu. Initially, he didn't want to stir up any trouble, especially against someone like young Master Futian who had a strong background. However, not stirring up trouble didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. If young Master Futian really wanted to deal with him later, he couldn't blame him for being impolite. 10,000 king-grade immortal metastones was a considerable amount of wealth to any immortal king. Even young Master Futian would feel distressed about it, but Jiang Chen still needed more immortal metastones. This idiot! He's finished. Alright, don't worry about this guy. He's really disappointing. We could have enjoyed ourselves to the fullest today. Given young Master Futian's means, he won't let him go. Just wait and see. This guy will never walk out of Futian Manor. Everyone present was certain that Jiang Chen was finished. No one had ever dared to not give young Master Futian face in the manor, because doing so was equivalent to courting death. Alright, Brother Jiang did the right thing. Don't let this affect everyone's mood. Let's continue to enjoy ourselves. Young Master Futian raised a cup of fine wine, shook it in front of everyone, and drained it in one gulp. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He was ready to stand up and leave. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths can't make plans together. When drinking with a bosom friend, 1,000 cups is too little, and a single word is too much. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to sit with this group of people. That would only lower his level. The beauties in young Master Futian's place are really outstanding. Each and every one of them is of the highest grade. Such enjoyment can only be enjoyed in young Master Futian's place. A man hugged the girl next to him and said with a smile, "These are nothing. This young master has just subdued a true highest grade beauty the day before yesterday. I have to say that this girl's soul power is very strong. Even this young master had to spend 2 days to subdue her completely. Young Master Fuqian said. When he mentioned the highest grade beauty, his eyes couldn't help but radiate light. Is that so? Why don't young master bring her out for everyone to see? Xueqi said. Let me tell you, this highest grade beauty is still a virgin. This young master is reluctant to touch her. I have cultivated a secret technique of harvesting yin to nourish yang. I will wait until the night of the full moon to possess her and absorb her pure yin qi. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the late immortal king realm. Young Master Fuqian spoke with incomparable pride. There were only a few days left before the night of the full moon. At that time, he would be able to fulfill his wish. Not only would he be able to enjoy the highest grade beauty in the world, but his cultivation base would also improve by leaps and bounds. Young master, hurry up and let us have a look at the beauty. Your words are making our hearts itch. Someone spoke aloud. Young Master Fuqian's words had aroused everyone's interest and desire. All right. In that case, this young master will fulfill your wish and let you all have a look. Young Master Fuqian seemed very happy. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Then, a silhouette leisurely walked out from the back. It was a girl in a black, tight-fitting dress. She was slim and graceful. Her black hair was like a waterfall, exuding wisps of fragrance. Her lips were red without any lipstick. Her beautiful face was suffocating. There was a trace of coldness on her face and her eyes were lifeless. Clearly, she had been completely controlled by young Master Fuqian. Just like those girls, she had become young Master Fuqian's tool and slave. Even so, it couldn't conceal the cold and arrogant qi in her bones. She stood there like a proud and aloof snow lotus. Many people were dumbfounded, feeling that everything in the world had lost its color in front of this girl. Jiang Chen, who was about to leave, changed his facial expression instantly when he saw this girl. The anger that originated from the depths of his heart instantly filled his chest. Sister Ning. Chapter 14:22. Jiang Chen's eyes began to change color, turning from dull to blood red. The anger and killing intent that hadn't appeared for a long time emerged once again. Jiang Chen rarely got angry. Once he did, the consequences would undoubtedly be very serious. He had already planned to leave. Even though he hated young Master Fuqian and the people present, he didn't intend to find trouble here. But now, it wasn't as simple as finding trouble. Because this damned bastard had used the soul-manipulating technique to deal with Wu Ningzhu, just like how he dealt with the other girls. Such an act had touched Jiang Chen's reverse scale, which was a dragon's reverse scale. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon would result in death, let alone provoking it. De Huang Dog was already standing on the table. His anger was the same as Jiang Chen's. In his heart, he had already sentenced young Master Fuqian to death, because young Master Fuqian had made an unforgivable mistake. Beautiful. She's just too beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful girl in the heavens and earth? Even the saintess of Celestial Flower Valley and Exquisite Paradise can't compare to her. Supreme grade. Sure enough, she's the supreme grade in the world. Young Master Fuqian is really fortunate. If he can get such a girl in his life, it will be worth it even if he dies. The key is that this girl is still a virgin. This is the most precious thing. Not only can young Master Fuqian enjoy the happiness of a family, but he can also absorb her pure yin qi to aid his cultivation. When the night of the full moon arrives, he can use this girl to advance to the late immortal king realm. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Innumerable envious and jealous eyes fell on Wu Ningzhu. Their eyes couldn't move away anymore. In front of Wu Ningzhu, all the girls present were eclipsed. The difference between Wu Ningzhu and Wu Ningzhu couldn't be compared at all. Wu Ningzhu's attractiveness was so attractive that no one noticed the anger and eyes of Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog. No one noticed that the doomsday of young Master Fuqian, their doomsday, and the entire manor was about to descend. After Wu Ningzhu came out, she stood beside young Master Fuqian. Young Master Fuqian's eyes also fell on the beautiful face and heaven-defying figure of Wu Ningzhu. Even though this wasn't the first time he saw Wu Ningzhu, he still couldn't shift his eyes away. Charming. She was too charming. Such a beauty is truly rare in this world. Although I've obtained you, I haven't even had the chance to touch you. I can't wait for the night of the full moon. Today, I'll hold you in my arms and comfort you. Young Master Futian looked at Wu Ningzhu as though he was looking at a fairy. She was the greatest treasure in his heart. Initially, he planned to wait until the night of the full moon to touch her, but now, he was somewhat patient. Wu Ningzhu stood there like a statue, not moving an inch. Young Master Futian slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Ningzhu's hand. "You'd better take your dirty hand away." At this moment, an incomparably cold voice suddenly rang out. This untimely voice directly broke the original atmosphere and mood of the entire courtyard. Countless angry eyes looked at the source of the voice. "Jiang Qin, what did you just say? How dare you disrespect young Master Futian in public? Are you tired of living?" A man suddenly stood up from his seat, pointed at Jiang Chen, and cursed. Today, Jiang Chen had already disappointed the mood. Now that young Master Futian showed off his beauty, Jiang Chen once again did something disgusting and insulted young Master Futian. No one knew who gave Jiang Chen the courage to do so. Woof, however, as soon as the man's voice faded, the Huang dog made his move. His majestic body turned into a golden light and rushed out with a swish, reaching the cultivator who spoke in the blink of an eye. The man's facial expression changed dramatically in an instant. He could feel an earth-shattering chi wave coming towards him. By the time he reacted, the Huang dog had already appeared in front of him. Poochie! Two sharp claws pierced through the man's shoulders. The man was heavily pressed to the ground by the Huang dog. Blood kept gushing out from his shoulders. The tearing pain made the man scream miserably, making his hair stand on end. "Damn dog, let me go!" The man howled, but he was merely a half-step immortal king. How could he be the opponent of the Huang dog? The Huang dog was lying on his body like a mountain, making him breathless. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't shake the Huang dog at all. A strong sense of danger began to rise from the bottom of his heart. The Huang dog's eyes were filled with ferocious light. He opened his bloody mouth and bit off the cultivator's neck. Blood gushed out crazily and he died tragically on the spot. Hiss! The unforeseen event made everyone gasp. No one had thought that Big Yellow could be so ferocious. He opened his mouth and bit the man to death. One should know that this was the territory of young Master Futian. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously here, let alone kill someone. Plus, the Huang dog's action was so fast that the others only reacted after he killed the person. "Damn dog! How dare you kill my young master?" An old man was furious. A sharp sword appeared in his hand and slashed at the Huang dog. The person who was just bitten to death by the Huang dog was their young master. Just like the elder of Huang family, he only played the role of a bodyguard. Now that his young master was killed, how could he not be angry? Roar! The Huang dog went berserk. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the old man. His speed was extremely fast, like an arrow leaving the bow. Before the opponent's long sword fell, his dog head had already hit the opponent's chest. Arg! The old man let out a shrill scream. His whole body was knocked away like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily on the ground dozens of feet away. After moving a few times, he lost his breath. This blow was much more terrifying than the one he used to deal with the elder of Huang family. Even if it couldn't take the opponent's life, it was enough to cripple him. At this time, the Huang dog's attack was already a killer. Because the appearance of Wu Ningzhu had made him understand that there would be a bloodbath here today. He knew Jiang Qin too well. Today's matter wouldn't be left unsettled. In that case, he didn't have any scruples in attacking. Hua! The Huang dog's attack to kill two people directly caused an uproar. Waves of tyrannical momentum soared into the sky. The originally harmonious atmosphere of the exchange meeting instantly turned into a battlefield. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Young Master Futian was also furious. He felt that it was a big mistake to invite the other party. Previously, the other party didn't give him any face. Now, the other party even destroyed his place. He must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. Let her go. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. His eyes fell on Wu Ningzhu, full of heartache. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was just standing there, but she didn't look at him at all. Even though the Huang dog had made such a big noise, it couldn't attract Wu Ningzhu at all. The terrifying soul-manipulating technique of corpse insect had seriously injured Wu Ningzhu's soul, turning Wu Ningzhu into a puppet of young Master Futian. Jiang Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you have designs on young Master Futian's woman? Hua Ying spoke aloud. Although De Huang Dog was incomparably terrifying, Hua Ying wasn't afraid of him. He was a genius disciple of Yellow Spring Sect, a peak early immortal king expert. He was very confident in his own strength. Roar! However, as soon as Hua Ying's voice faded, De Huang Dog lunged at him. De Huang Dog's action was very simple. Whoever spoke would be killed. Among the people present today, no matter if they were the geniuses of the younger generation or the experts of the older generation, except for the terrifying young Master Fu Tian, none of them was a match for De Huang Dog. What? Hua Ying exclaimed. De Huang Dog's action was just too fast. So fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. That hard dog head was an invincible weapon that no immortal weapon could compare to. However, Hua Ying's reaction was very fast. The instant De Huang Dog approached him, he raised his palm. His palm glowed with golden light, slapping at De Huang Dog's head. Bang! The dog's head and palm collided, producing another sound of iron striking. Large sparks burst out. In the end, Hua Ying couldn't resist the desolate force of De Huang Dog. Although he wasn't killed by the collision like the old man, one of his palms was broken. How is this possible? Hua Ying was shocked beyond imagination. His eyes were filled with endless fear when he looked at the dog in front of him. 9 phantom wolves. On the other side, Jiang Chen also moved. As soon as he arrived, he casted the 9 phantom wolves. For a moment, the entire courtyard was filled with Jiang Chen's shadows, all of them rushing towards young Master Fu Tian. Courting death. Young Master Fu Tian was infuriated. Today's exchange was simply a disgrace to him. He swore that he would never let Jiang Chen go. With a wave of his hand, he struck out a gust of chilly wind, attacking those shadows of Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, young Master Fu Tian was also somewhat surprised, because even with his intermediate immortal king cultivation base, he couldn't identify the real body of Jiang Chen at once. By the time young Master Fu Tian regained his senses, he found that the beauty beside him had already disappeared. Young Master Fu Tian raised his head and saw that Wu Ningzhu had fallen into Jiang Chen's hand, standing on the opposite side. Bastard! How dare you snatch my woman? You won't even know how you die. Jiang Chen, exchange her back now, and I'll let you die a quick death today. Young Master Fu Tian was furious. He had never been so angry before. He had always been the one who snatched other people's things. No one had ever dared to snatch his things. Jiang Chen treated young Master Fu Tian's words as fart. He looked at Wu Ningzhu with a distressed expression. He casted the Great Soul Derivation technique. Invisible soul power entered Wu Ningzhu's body and found that a soul seed had been branded in the depths of Wu Ningzhu's soul. This soul seed belonged to young Master Fu Tian. Chapter 14:23. Sister Ning. Jiang Chen called softly. Wu Ningzhu slowly lifted her head, her hollow eyes looking at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. Jiang Chen didn't know if Wu Ningzhu could recognize him at this moment, but he could feel the struggle and resistance in the depths of Wu Ningzhu's soul. Jiang Chen could feel the pain that Wu Ningzhu felt, but there was no way for her to resist. Seeing Wu Ningzhu's appearance, Jiang Chen's heart began to ache, but at the same time, Jiang Chen also felt fortunate. He felt fortunate that he was not late, fortunate that he had come to this manor, and even more fortunate that he had participated in today's exchange. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once the full moon arrived. That kind of consequence was absolutely not something that Jiang Chen could bear, nor was it something that Wu Ningzhu could bear. Jiang Chen began to thank the old liar. Without the old liar, Jiang Chen might not have been able to come here. Jiang Chen, you are courting death. Young Master Fu Tian was infuriated. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. He swore that he would shred Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces today. Hong! An incomparably powerful qi wave suddenly burst out of young Master Fu Tian's body. His movement was extremely fast, reaching Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. His palm was radiating black light, incomparably creepy. His palm seemed lifeless, like the palm of the god of death, grabbing at Jiang Chen's back. Young Master Fu Tian was an intermediate immortal king expert. If he was hit by this attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful young Master Fu Tian was, he had met a tough opponent today. Jiang Chen wasn't that easy to deal with. If it was before, Jiang Chen might still put young Master Fu Tian in his eyes. But now, a figure like young Master Fu Tian wasn't even worth a fart in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was now a late golden immortal. Even if he didn't use the dragon transformation, he was already strong enough to fight an intermediate immortal king. If he used the dragon transformation, it would be very easy for him to kill an intermediate immortal king. Logically speaking, Jiang Chen could only deal with a genius like young Master Futian by using the dragon transformation. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't need to use the dragon transformation to deal with young Master Futian. To the cultivation technique of Corpse Yi's sect, Jiang Chen himself had a great restraint on them. Just like how he dealt with the demonic devils of the evil clan, he suppressed them to the point that they couldn't exert their full combat strength. Today, in addition to the true dragon fire and true thunder fire, Jiang Chen also had the Qilin Saint fire. Under such restraint, it would already be considered good if young Master Futian could exert half of his combat strength. Jiang Chen didn't even bat a glance at young Master Futian's attack. He struck out the true dragon palm with a wave of his hand. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw was covered with 3 types of flames that had fused together. It then slammed at young Master Futian's gloomy death god palm. Hung long. Violent energy spread out in an instant, overturning the entire courtyard. This was a contest between immortal kings. Even the void was torn apart. If it wasn't for young Master Futian's control, this strike was enough to destroy the entire manor. Under such a violent impact, young Master Futian's body couldn't help but sway. His face turned incomparably unsightly, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. This bastard is just a late golden immortal. How could he have such a powerful cultivation base? Plus, his attack has a great restraint on me. That's right, I can't exert my full combat strength. Young Master Futian couldn't help but be astonished. Even with his pride, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. Although he wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen, he had never seen a late golden immortal genius who could be so domineering. Jiang Chen completely ignored young Master Futian's astonishment. He grabbed Wu Ningzhu's shoulders and opened the door of Zulong Tower. Sister Ning, I will personally kill him for you. I will kill everyone here. All those who disrespect you deserve to die. Jiang Chen's tone was very calm, but behind this calmness was an ocean-like fury. The god of slaughter was going to strike again. Today, this place was destined to be filled with rivers of blood. Jiang Chen kept Wu Ningzhu into Zulong Tower. Next, he would seek justice for Wu Ningzhu. Or rather, it wasn't justice, but an explanation. Initially, Jiang Chen didn't intend to fall out with young Master Futian. After all, young Master Futian's tyranny in this area had nothing to do with him. But now, things were no longer that simple. Futian had provoked him and touched his reverse scale. There was only one ending for him. Once some mistakes were made, they would have to pay with their lives. At this time, the atmosphere of the entire courtyard had completely changed. It had turned into a battlefield filled with the smell of blood. Everyone stood behind young Master Futian, standing opposite to Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. But when they looked at Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, their eyes were filled with fear. This man and dog were just too terrifying. Needless to say, the Huang dog had already killed 2 of them. Not even Hua Ying was a match for him. As for Jiang Chen, who they had never thought highly of, it was only now that the scene had really attracted their attention. A puny late golden immortal could actually fight against young Master Futian without falling into a disadvantageous position. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Seeing the battle, the old liar immediately flashed far away. He stood and watched from afar, but there wasn't the slightest fear on his face. Instead, there was a layer of unchanging atrophy on his face. The depth of his eyes was calm, as though the battle between immortal kings couldn't cause any ripple in his emotions. But when the old liar looked at Jiang Chen, there was undisguised admiration in his eyes. Obviously, Jiang Chen's performance was not only beyond young Master Futian's expectation, but also beyond the old liar's expectation. There were countless geniuses in East Xuanyu, but Jiang Chen could really make people's eyes light up. Jiang Chen, where did you take her? When young Master Futian saw that Wu Ningzhu was hidden by Jiang Chen, his eyes were about to spurt out fire. To him, Wu Ningzhu was too important. Ever since he got his hands on such a peerless beauty, he hadn't had the chance to touch her. Initially, he wanted to wait until the night of the full moon to help him cultivate, but he didn't expect that she would be snatched away by Jiang Chen. What shocked young Master Futian even more was that he couldn't sense the existence of Wu Ningzhu. Supposedly, he had controlled Wu Ningzhu's soul and planted a soul seed in the depths of Wu Ningzhu's soul, so he could sense the existence of Wu Ningzhu at any time. But now, after she was hidden by Jiang Chen, he couldn't sense the slightest bit of Wu Ningzhu's qi. How could young Master Futian bear this? The loss of Wu Ningzhu was too great for young Master Futian. She was his greatest treasure now. Young Master Futian, you've made an unforgivable mistake. I didn't intend to deal with you, but you've given me a reason to deal with you. This reason is like a sharp sword hanging above your head, about to fall. The angrier Jiang Chen was, the calmer his tone was. Only those who were familiar with him knew what kind of horror was behind this familiarity. Jiang Chen, you're courting death. No one has ever dared to fight here. You're the first. No one in this area dares to offend young Master Futian. A man spoke loudly. The people behind him seemed to be very loyal to young Master Futian. At this most critical moment, they resolutely stood by young Master Futian's side. As a matter of fact, they were absolutely not so loyal. But in their opinion, given young Master Futian's means, he would certainly be able to kill Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Therefore, they were just showing their attitude at this time. This attitude would help them build a good relationship with young Master Futian in the future. De Huang, seal this place. Today, I'll wash the manor with blood. Don't leave anyone here alive. They all deserve to die. Jiang Chen spoke to De Huang dog. He would not feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing this kind of people, nor would he be soft-hearted. All right, De Huang dog answered, then turned into a ray of light and rushed to the sky above the manor. De Huang dog was proficient in all kinds of abstruse arrays. Given his current cultivation base, sealing this place was an incomparably simple thing. Young Master Futian had hurt Wu Ningzhu, which made De Huang dog very angry. Just like Jiang Chen, De Huang dog was also very excited. He was going to do something big as soon as he arrived in Eastern Dazzling Domain. He liked such excitement. Along the way, he and Jiang Chen had always been experiencing excitement and passion. They did things based on their own courage. Even if young Master Futian had any influence, once he offended them, the outcome would be the same. Make your move. All of you are going to die today. Jiang Chen drew out the Heavenly Saint's sword. The surface of the sword was covered with a layer of flame. The raging fire shook the void, producing a whistling sound. Humph! Jiang Chen, you are too arrogant. You're just a puny little golden immortal. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Young Master Futian harumphed coldly. Although Jiang Chen had shown his power, he still didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. He was still incomparably confident in his own combat strength. Corpse puppets. Young Master Futian bellowed. Two silhouettes suddenly rushed out like ghosts. They were two corpse puppets with disheveled hair. They were the puppets that young Master Futian had refined using the method of corpse insect. Each corpse puppet had the combat strength of an intermediate immortal king realm. With the addition of two corpse puppets and young Master Futian, there were three intermediate immortal king experts on the scene. This made the opponents incomparably confident. They had witnessed the power of the corpse puppets of corpse insect. They were killing machines that didn't know pain. Anyone who encountered them would be unlucky. They believed that after the two corpse puppets rushed out, they would be enough to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Kill. Chapter 1424. Corpse puppets were the most powerful and sinister things of corpse insect. They used powerful corpses to make them into killing machines. These corpse puppets didn't know pain and only obeyed the master's command to kill. As long as they weren't completely destroyed, they could continue to fight. These corpse puppets were the most terrifying. They were even more terrifying than ordinary immortal kings. Moreover, they had a great psychological impact on the opponent. The body of each corpse puppet was incomparably tough. After being refined by the cultivation method of corpse insect, their body would be at least several times tougher than when they were alive. This was also the reason why very few people were willing to provoke the people of corpse insect. The people of this sect cultivated evil arts and were cruel. In their hearts, there was no morality, only profit and desire. However, although others didn't dare to provoke such a sect, Jiang Chen dared to do so. Roar! The two corpse puppets roared and roared. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Their terrifying and eerie claws were trying to grab Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was caught by this attack, The consequences would be unimaginable. Humph! Corpse phantoms dare to behave atrociously in front of me? Courting death! Jiang Chen coldly snorted. These corpse puppets were indeed fatal to others, but in front of Jiang Chen, they were nothing. Any means of his could restrain these corpse puppets. The heavenly saint's sword let out a dragon-like roar, turned into a long dragon, and slashed towards one of the corpse puppets with lightning speed. These corpse puppets didn't have intelligence. They only knew how to kill. In the face of Jiang Chen's powerful sword, they didn't dodge at all. They raised their hands that were emitting eerie corpse chi to resist. The corpse puppets didn't know how terrifying the heavenly saint's sword was. What was even more terrifying was the raging fire carried by the heavenly saint's sword. The fusion of three powerful flames was the natural enemy and nemesis of these corpse puppets. Puchi! The heavenly saint's sword had completely turned into a sword of punishment. Even though the corpse puppet had an intermediate immortal king cultivation base and an incomparably hard body, it still couldn't withstand the sharpness of the heavenly saint's sword. Additionally, the reason why the corpse puppet's body was so hard was because of the cultivation technique of corpse yin sect. It was formed by the combination of corpse chi and yin chi, but such a hard body couldn't withstand a single blow from the heavenly saint's sword. The mighty corpse puppet, an intermediate immortal king expert, was slashed in half by the heavenly saint's sword, but it was still a corpse puppet after all. It was so strong that it made people speechless. Even after being slashed in half, it could still fight. Fire Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand and unleashed the Fire Dragon Seal. A flaming dragon engulfed the two halves of the corpse puppet, and in the blink of an eye, the corpse puppet was completely incinerated into ashes. At the same time, Jiang Chen's long sword sliced the other corpse puppet in half. The terrifying flame turned into a sea of fire, incinerating the corpse puppet. In just a few blinks, two intermediate immortal king corpse puppets died in the hands of Jiang Chen. This scene stunned everyone on the scene, including young Master Futian. He couldn't believe this was true. He knew very well how powerful the corpse puppets he refined were. Jiang Chen's power had truly moved him, and even made him feel a trace of fear. If young Master Futian was already like this, let alone the others. Many of their faces turned pale. They looked at Jiang Chen as though they were looking at a devil king. This was a killing maniac. He was just too overbearing, completely beyond their imagination. It had subverted all their previous cognition. How could a puny late golden immortal have such powerful combat strength? Not far away, the old liar's eyes also lit up. Obviously, Jiang Chen's performance had truly shocked him. Hong. After the shock, it was followed by endless anger. Young Master Futian was truly enraged. No one could imagine how furious he was at this moment. It could be said that he had never been so angry since he was born. In order to refine the two corpse puppets, young Master Futian had spent a lot of energy. The loss of two corpse puppets was irreparable to young Master Futian. Jiang Chen, you have really infuriated me. The mistakes you have committed are unforgivable. Don't even think about walking out of this manor today. I will certainly shred you into 1,000 pieces. Young Master Futian was on the verge of exploding. A combat blade appeared in his hand. It was an incomparably cold and gloomy blade. With a casual movement, skulls emerged on the surface of the blade. The atmosphere of the entire courtyard began to turn gloomy. Blade of Death God. Young Master Futian bellowed. The combat blade whizzed out and slashed at Jiang Chen. The terrifying combat blade carried the will of death, making people unable to help but feel fear. Along with the emergence of the combat blade was a cloud of death. Within the black cloud, hideous skulls could be seen everywhere. In addition to the power of the combat blade itself, the mightiness of this strike could also directly affect people's mind, shrouding the opponent in the shadow of death, putting the opponent in an extremely strong depression, and making them lose the will to fight. This was the real terror. Unfortunately, the opponent young Master Futian encountered was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had experienced too many battles in his life. What kind of means had he not seen? With his firm will, there were very few means that could really affect his mind. Howl, the heavenly saint's sword let out a roar and turned into a fire dragon. The thick and terrifying cloud of death was completely torn apart. All the influence disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the heavenly saint's sword and young Master Futian's combat blade collided, producing a clanging sound like iron being struck. Hong. At the moment when the battle blade and the battle sword collided, the infinite raging fire turned into a fire dragon and rushed towards young Master Futian. Under such a fierce oppression, young Master Futian felt powerless and was forced to retreat. He was very depressed because the fire was too strong, so much so that he couldn't exert his true combat strength. Impossible! How is this possible? Young Master Futian was driven mad. He couldn't imagine that he would be forced back by a golden immortal. This was something that he could never imagine before, but now it had really happened. Jiang Chen stood there with the combat sword in his hand. His eyes were cold to the extreme. His icy gaze kept sweeping across young Master Futian's camp, making everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Young Master Futian shouted. However, no one moved. No one present was a fool. Most of them were Immortal King experts. They could naturally see that Jiang Chen was too strong. They had underestimated Jiang Chen before. They had reason to believe that even if all of them joined forces, they would still be no match for Jiang Chen. Did you see that? They are all afraid. They don't even dare to move. Jiang Chen sneered. Chapter 14:25. Jiang Chen knew very well that these people only came together for the sake of enjoyment. For the sake of mutual benefits, there was no sense of brotherhood. When it came to the critical moment, no one was willing to take the initiative to stand out, and no one was willing to joke around with their own lives. Do you think you can survive if you don't take action? If I'm defeated, Jiang Chen won't let you go. Young Master Futian spoke incomparably coldly. As soon as these words came out, the crowd began to stir restlessly. Although they were afraid of Jiang Chen, what young Master Futian said was right. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's means. He was a truly ruthless man. Judging from his attitude, he was going to start a massacre today. The strongest among them was young Master Futian. If young Master Futian was defeated, Jiang Chen would certainly not let them go. At the thought of this, some of them had already released their knights and weapons. At this time, they could only join forces and give it a try. As a matter of fact, the reason why they chose to join forces was that, in their opinion, it wouldn't be a problem to kill Jiang Chen with so many of them joining forces. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he was only a late golden immortal. Futian is right. Today, none of you will escape. All of you will die. I, Jiang Chen, have always done things this way. The combat sword in Jiang Chen's hand flickered with sparks constantly. If it was another genius like Futian, Jiang Chen might have to use his dragon form to kill the opponent, but it wasn't necessary to deal with young Master Futian. Under the powerful restraint of Futian, he had the confidence to kill young Master Futian without using his dragon form. After all, Jiang Chen had just arrived in East Xuanyu. It was good to keep some of his trump cards and means, which might play a vital role at the critical moment. This man is too arrogant. If we attack together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Young Master Futian bellowed, brandishing his combat blade first. At the same time, Hua Ying of Yellow Spring Sect was also ready to strike. A powerful combat sword appeared in his hand. He had suffered serious injuries while fighting Big Yellow just now, which made him extremely depressed and angry. Plus, he had the best relationship with young Master Futian. So, he was the first one to stand out at the most critical moment. More importantly, like young Master Futian, Hua Ying had a backer, so he had an extraordinary sense of superiority. After all, the Huangquan Gate and the Corpsine sect were one of the 11 major forces, the strongest forces in East Xuanyu. As a genius of the Huangquan Gate, Hua Ying had his own pride. Let's kill him together. Everyone was ready to attack. They firmly believed that as long as they joined forces, Jiang Chen was absolutely not a match for them. Moreover, they believed that young Master Futian had yet to exert his full strength. I'm relieved to see that you are full of fighting spirit. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Then, he turned into a stream of light. He would not wait for the opponent to attack first. Even if they attacked together, he was not afraid. However, Jiang Chen did not like to waste unnecessary time. Since he was going to kill, he would be decisive. Puff! Arg! Screams rang out. Jiang Chen's movement was so fast that they didn't even have the chance to react. Jiang Chen had already rushed into their camp. Jiang Chen's long sword pierced through Hua Ying's chest. Raging fire kept burning in Hua Ying's body, burning away his vitality. No, I'm a member of the Huangquan Gate. You wouldn't dare to kill me. How could this be? Hua Ying raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were as cold as a demon king's, full of bloodthirst. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He had always been proudest of being a disciple of the Huangquan Gate. He believed that this identity was enough for him to travel unimpeded in East Xuanyu. Unfortunately, he ran into Jiang Chen. Feeling the vitality in his body constantly draining away, Hua Ying truly understood what despair was. Fear and despair were two completely different feelings. Hua Ying had gone beyond fear. Jiang Chen had directly given him despair. The people of the Huangquan Gate will also die if they offend me. Jiang Chen drew out his long sword. He had already killed Hua Ying of the Huangquan Gate, dealing a fatal blow to the others. Those who were already prepared to attack were instantly dispirited. Fear. This was too fear. They had no idea how Jiang Chen attacked. They couldn't even see Jiang Chen's movements clearly. Under the situation where there were so many of them, how could Jiang Chen still enter their camp and kill immortal kings so casually? How were they going to fight this war? Puff, puff. Jiang Chen didn't care about their shock. His attack was as fast as lightning, not giving them the slightest chance to react. With a slash, the heads of two half-step immortal kings were beheaded. The heads that flew up still had a look of fear on their faces. Blood gushed out like a fountain, leaving behind the brightest trace. That was the last color of their existence in this heaven and earth. Death and fear filled everyone's heart. Jiang Chen had destroyed their last psychological line of defense, making them finally understand that having more people didn't mean that they would be more powerful. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if they had young Master Futian, an intermediate immortal king, he still wouldn't be able to save their life. Jiang Chen was a bloodthirsty devil king. He was ruthless, fast and violent like a ghost. No one could resist him. Run! It was unknown who roared, but the crowd instantly fell into chaos. Only now did everyone realize that there was still a way to escape. Hence, they started to flee. The majority of the people here were immortal kings and had comprehended spatial laws. They could tear space apart and flee with their bare hands. No one cared about loyalty anymore. No one chose to stay and fight, because no one was a fool. This was a completely meaningless battle. What was left for them was only blood and death. Not good. This place has been sealed. We can't escape anymore. It's Da Huang Dog. I have no idea what kind of method that dog has used to seal this place. We can't escape anymore. We can only wait for death. Damn it! Could it be that these two frenzied bastards really want to kill all of us here? Isn't he afraid of offending others? Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically, because they discovered that they didn't even have the chance to escape anymore. When a person lost the last chance to escape, all that was left was despair. Wakaka? Da Huang Dog was hovering in the air, shaking his head and laughing heartily. The old liar saw all of this, but there wasn't the slightest ripple in the depth of his eyes. Regarding the way Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog acted, the old liar was full of admiration. That kind of lawless and fearless character really suited the old liar's taste. Chapter 14:26. Jiang Chen, do you know what kind of people you have killed? Everyone here has a high status. You've caused a huge disaster. Someone yelled, trying to make Jiang Chen fear them and let them go. Swish! However, before this man could finish his words, Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword. That man seemed to be prepared and dodged hastily. Unfortunately, he was merely an early immortal king. How could he be a match for Jiang Chen? The two of them weren't on the same level. Despite his fast reaction, his arm was still chopped off by Jiang Chen. Motherfucker! That man cursed. Meeting such a ferocious bastard was enough to make them depressed. Son of ABTCH, young Master Futian. How did he provoke such a pervert? Someone cursed. This was all because of young Master Futian. Even a fool could see that the reason why Jiang Chen was so angry was because of that beautiful woman. Before that woman appeared, even if Jiang Chen didn't give young Master Futian face, he didn't have the intention to attack. But since young Master Futian called out that beautiful woman, Jiang Chen was immediately angered. Obviously, that woman had a deep relationship with Jiang Chen. She was the most important person beside Jiang Chen. Therefore, the ultimate cause of this incident was young Master Futian. They began to regret coming to this meeting and began to curse young Master Futian for being an idiot. Why did he have to catch that beautiful woman? However, everything was too late. It was impossible to leave safely after plucking the tiger's whiskers. There were two things in this world that couldn't be touched. One was the reverse scale of a dragon and the other was the butt of a tiger. De Huang, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Jiang Chen's voice thundered like the 9 heavens. His body was covered with mystical flames. Since he had decided to kill, there was no need to be polite or show mercy. He had already killed so many people, so he didn't care about the rest. As for identity, he had already killed Hua Ying of Huangquan Gate. Fuqian of Corpse Yin sect must die today, let alone the others. Roar. Big Yellow let out a loud roar. Then he dragged his majestic body and rammed into one of the men. Big Yellow's attacks had always been simple. He just needed to use his head to deal with everything. His head was the scariest weapon under the heavens. Even a powerful king weapon couldn't compare to it. Anyone who underestimated Big Yellow's head would only end up with one fate. Shrill screams rang out constantly and resounded over the entire villa, making people's hair stand on end. The beautiful scenery here had turned into a Shura area. Today was destined to be the last time Fuqian Villa would hold the exchange meeting. Even this villa would not exist anymore in the future. De Huang Dog was incomparably ferocious. He slaughtered in all directions. No one was his opponent. The bloodline of the divine beast was displayed incisively by him. Those experts fled in all directions. No one dared to fight with De Huang Dog head-on. These people were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They originally came to participate in the exchange meeting to enjoy themselves, but they didn't expect that they would have to pay with their lives. Now, they couldn't even escape. Many people began to envy Wang Yao and the elders of the Wang family. They envied them for offending Jiang Chen at the very beginning, but they were just thrown out of here. If only he could have been beaten up and thrown out, that would have been such a blissful thing. Young Master Fuqian saw all of this. His face darkened to the extreme. He also began to regret inviting these two freaks. What kind of freaks were they? They were so strong that they were a little abnormal. Now, there were blood and corporeal bodies everywhere. It had completely turned into a slaughterhouse. The reputation of Fuqian Manor in this area was destined to be destroyed. Jiang Chen, do you know what you are doing? Young Master Fuqian spoke. He believed that Jiang Chen certainly didn't know what he was doing. This was something that even a madman wouldn't do. He believed that Jiang Chen had never considered the seriousness of the consequences. After killing so many people, it would be too difficult for him to find shelter in East Xuanyu. I only know what you have done. The price you have to pay for your mistake is your life. Jiang Chen spoke plainly. He had already locked on the chi of young Master Fuqian. This guy was an intermediate immortal king expert. He must have some trump cards to escape. Jiang Chen would never give him the chance to escape. Killing young Master Fuqian was the best explanation he could give to Wu Ningzhu. As for the others, they wouldn't pose any threat at all. De Huang Dog alone was enough to deal with them. Haha. Jiang Chen, you are too naive. Do you really think that you can kill me? I admit that you are indeed very strong, and your means can restrain me completely. But if you want to kill me with this, isn't it too childish? Young Master Fuqian burst into laughter. He was still incomparably confident in his own means. He had never thought that he would die in the hands of a golden immortal one day. Such an ironic thing would never happen. Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to waste time with young Master Fuqian. He chose to attack directly. His speed was extremely fast, surpassing the spatial force of an immortal king. So fast. Young Master Fuqian was shocked. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, it would make him shudder. Young Master Fuqian didn't dare to be negligent. He fully unleashed his intermediate immortal king chi. The combat saber in his hand radiated gloomy light, slashing at Jiang Chen. Clang! The saber and sword collided once more. Flames danced. Under the great restraint of the flames, young Master Fuqian was once again pushed back a dozen meters. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly, not giving young Master Fuqian the slightest chance to react. His footsteps turned mysterious, and he appeared in front of young Master Fuqian in the blink of an eye. This time, he put away the Heavenly Saint's sword. His left arm began to undergo extreme changes. Golden scales instantly covered his arm, and the head of a fire qilin flashed out. Qilin Divine Arm. Jiang Chen uttered a deep voice. This was the skill he had just obtained, the Qilin Divine Arm. It was just the right time to test its power in front of young Master Fuqian. What? Young Master Futian's face turned pale with fright. He didn't think that Jiang Chen would have such a powerful technique. He could sense an extremely strong qi of danger from the ferocious Qilin head. Coupled with Jiang Chen's ability to restrain him, young Master Futian knew that he would never be able to resist this strike. However, Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. The only thing young Master Futian could do was to confront it head-on. Once his qi was locked by Jiang Chen, it was impossible for him to escape. Damn it! In desperation, young Master Futian could only raise the combat saber in his hand to resist. Roar! The Qilin divine arm let out a deep roar and smashed forward with earth-shattering momentum. Hong Long. Chapter 14:27. The Qilin divine arm was really terrifying. Its strength was even beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Once it was displayed, the Qilin divine arm was much more terrifying than a powerful immortal weapon. Just like now, young Master Futian's immortal weapon was directly bounced off, but the power of the Qilin divine arm didn't diminish at all. It heavily hit Jiang Chen's chest. Barf! Young Master Futian was sent flying away. Blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. This blow alone was enough to make young Master Futian suffer. Even if it couldn't directly take his life, it could make him lose 90% of his combat strength. Having lost his combat strength, young Master Futian had no capital to contend with Jiang Chen anymore. Both of them were not on the same level. Bam! Young Master Futian fell heavily on the ground, smashing a large pit. His face was extremely unsightly. Not to mention this area, he had never suffered such humiliation in the entire East Xuanyu. But now, the fear in his heart had far exceeded the humiliation. It was the fear of death. He wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could see that Jiang Chen was a fearless person. Such a person's style of action had always been ruthless and decisive in killing. Meeting such an enemy was the most terrifying, because no matter what identity or status you had, you couldn't pose the slightest threat to him. Therefore, young Master Futian didn't hesitate. At the moment he was seriously injured by the Qilin divine arm, a golden spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. When his divine sense entered the talisman, it immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's figure had appeared in front of young Master Futian like a ghost. The heavenly saint's sword was pressed against young Master Futian's neck, exuding an extremely cold murderous aura. Young Master Futian, do you know who she is? Jiang Chen asked Lung Lung. Who is she? Asked young Master Futian. As a matter of fact, he was also eager to know the answer to this question. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to know the answer. But one thing was certain, that woman must have a certain relationship with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have erupted with such uncontrollable anger when he saw her. She is my wife, so you know what kind of mistake you've made. I don't care what methods your corpse sect uses or who they deal with, it has nothing to do with me. However, you use the despicable methods of the corpse sect on my wife, so you must pay a heavy price, and that price is death. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent to the extreme. At this moment, he was like a living god of slaughter. He was the judge who directly sentenced young Master Futian to death. Haha, Jiang Chen, so what if she's your wife? Young Master Futian will get whatever I want. Do you think you can kill me just because you have hurt me? I have already sent a message to my father. My father will be here soon. I have to admit that you are the most heaven-defying genius I have ever seen. Unfortunately, even if you can defeat me, you are absolutely no match for an immortal emperor. After offending an immortal emperor, there will be no place for you in the entire East Xuanyu. Young Master Futian burst into laughter, seemingly unafraid of Jiang Chen. He didn't believe that Jiang Chen would dare to kill him. It's true that I'm no match for an immortal emperor, but I can guarantee that when your father arrives, he will only be able to collect your corpse. Jiang Chen spoke, thrusting the sword in his hand forward abruptly. The cold sword light instantly pierced young Master Futian's neck. Hold on. Young Master Futian shuddered in fear. Seeing the attitude of Jiang Chen, he was truly afraid. He could already see that this was a person who wouldn't be threatened at all. Putting aside the fact that his father was an immortal emperor, even if his father was an immortal venerable, Jiang Chen would still want to kill him. Jiang Chen had already steeled his heart. Do you have any last words? Jiang Chen's tone was as cold and emotionless as the god of death. Jiang Chen, you won't dare to kill me. I have already planted a soul seed in your wife's body. If I die, her soul will immediately collapse and die with me. If you don't believe me, you can try to kill her. If I die, your wife won't be able to live either. Young Master Fuqian gritted his teeth. Under normal circumstances, the soul seed wouldn't have a close connection with the soul of the person being controlled. For example, the women who were being controlled by young Master Fuqian were also controlled by the soul seed, but they didn't have the closest connection. As long as young Master Fuqian died, they would regain their freedom. But why did young Master Fuqian and Wu Ningzhu have a close connection with each other? Just like what young Master Fuqian said, if he died, Wu Ningzhu's soul would also collapse. I'm sorry, your soul seed has been isolated by me. As long as you die, your soul seed will disappear and won't affect my wife. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He had already discovered this situation before. For Jiang Chen, who practiced the great soul derivation technique, nothing could escape his perception. Wu Ningzhu's situation was indeed tricky, but Jiang Chen didn't care. Young Master Fuqian was right. Their souls had a close connection. But now, because of the existence of the Zulong Tower, the soul connection between young Master Fuqian and Wu Ningzhu had been directly isolated. In other words, the Zulong Tower and the outside world were two completely different worlds. No matter how powerful young Master Fuqian's means were, it was impossible for him to control someone from another world. Therefore, even if young Master Fuqian died, Wu Ningzhu wouldn't be affected in the slightest. Impossible! Jiang Chen, how did you do it? Young Master Fuqian roared with bloodshot eyes. As a matter of fact, he had already expected this, because he really couldn't sense the existence of Wu Ningzhu. She seemed to have vanished completely. Young Master Fuqian didn't believe that Jiang Chen could do it, but Jiang Chen had really done it. Therefore, he was eager to know what method Jiang Chen had used. At the same time, his entanglement with Jiang Chen was also to delay time until his father appeared. One should know that it was a piece of cake for a mighty immortal emperor to appear in any place. Even though this place was very far from Fu City, as long as his father received his request for help, he would be able to appear here very quickly. You won't have the chance to know, young Master Fuqian. Go on your way. Jiang Chen was determined to kill young Master Fuqian. He would never give the opponent the slightest chance. In front of him, all the tricks of young Master Fuqian were useless, including delaying time. Pu-chi! Jiang Chen's long sword pierced through young Master Fuqian's head with a sound of Pu-chi. No! Young Master Fuqian was making his final struggle. His eyes were full of unwillingness, regret and disbelief, but all these emotions were useless. They couldn't make up for his miserable ending. Young Master Fuqian is dead. He killed young Master Fuqian. We are all finished. Damn it! How could this man be so brutal? He even dared to kill young Master Fuqian. He's a madman, a god of slaughter. What should we do? What should we do? Dead. We're all going to die. I really regret coming here today. This man is too powerful. Even young Master Fuqian, who is an intermediate immortal king, isn't a match for him, let alone us. The rest of them were trembling with fear. Big Yellow was already incomparably ferocious. In just a short period of time, he had killed a lot of them. Only half of the 30 of them were left. Now, even young Master Fuqian was dead. They were in complete despair. Big Yellow, you're right. The instant young Master Fuqian died, the women who were controlled by him immediately regained their sanity. They saw everything clearly. When they saw Jiang Chen killing young Master Fuqian, and thought of the torture they had suffered during this period of time, their eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Some of the fierce-looking women let out a roar, and then chose to commit suicide on the spot. This scene made Jiang Chen shake his head, but there was nothing he could do. He could help these people escape from the Sea of Fire, but he couldn't influence their next choice. In the Zulong Tower, Wu Ningzhu had also regained her sanity. She was at a loss at first, but then she saw everything that happened outside through the space inside the Zulong Tower. When she saw Jiang Chen killing young Master Fuqian, who was her nightmare, she couldn't restrain her emotions any longer. Jiang Chen. Wu Ningzhu's tears collapsed instantly. There was nothing more blissful than this moment. She had experienced despair and wild hope, and now, she was finally welcomed with a pleasant surprise. That man had long been imprinted in her heart. She knew that Jiang Chen would definitely appear to save her. When she was in despair, That figure that wasn't considered powerful but gave her enough sense of security was her greatest hope. Being rescued from the sea of fire by the man she loved was a happy thing. At least to Wu Ningzhu, this was a happy moment. Tianer. Right at this moment, a voice filled with sadness and anger suddenly resounded in the sky like a clap of thunder. After that, a muscular middle-aged man appeared. As soon as the man appeared, the entire sky was shrouded by an indescribable pressure. The formation set up by Big Yellow was immediately broken. Big Yellow, Big Yellow. This was a mighty immortal emperor. A true emperor. In East Xuanyu, an immortal emperor could be considered as a superior and a true expert. The gap between an immortal king and an immortal emperor was unimaginable. It was an insurmountable gap. Fu Kuei, the city lord of Fu City, the father of Futian. He was a very famous and mighty immortal emperor in this region. No one would dare to offend him. At this moment, seeing his son's head being pierced by a long sword, Fu Kuei's anger was imaginable. No one could resist the might of an immortal emperor. Even Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. He was merely a golden immortal. There was an unimaginable gap between him and an immortal emperor. This was the first time that Jiang Chen had seen an immortal emperor. His heart was somewhat shaken. Chapter 1428. It's Lord Fu Kuei. He's a mighty immortal emperor. Haha. We are saved. Jiang Chen and that dog are finished. They have killed young Master Futian, which will surely provoke the wrath of Lord Fu Kuei. They will die for sure. They won't be able to resist the wrath of an immortal emperor. That's right. We are saved. It's just a pity that young Master Futian, a famous genius of East Xuanyu, has died just like that. I'm afraid that he won't be able to rest in peace. Let's not talk too much first. I don't think Lord Fu Kuei will let Jiang Chen die so easily. He will certainly torture Jiang Chen well. Otherwise, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. Those who hadn't been killed by Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were cheered up. Some of them were on the verge of tears. This was truly their savior. Fu Kuei had appeared. They would hardly doubt the ending of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. In front of a mighty immortal emperor, no matter how powerful a monstrous genius was, he was just like an ant. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. Hong. Fu Kuei's wrath was like a tide, turning into an invisible barrier, pouncing on Jiang Chen. Even with Jiang Chen's reaction, he couldn't dodge it. The pressure formed by the wrath had completely enveloped Jiang Chen. Under this sudden pressure, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The pressure was just too great. It was like a giant mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Upon seeing this, many of them were shocked, including Fu Kuei himself. He knew very well how strong the pressure was. Not to mention a puny golden immortal. Even an immortal king wouldn't be able to withstand it. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, only had a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. He was still able to stand there tenaciously. This point alone was enough to make people admire him. Even Fu Kuei admired Jiang Chen very much, but admiration wasn't the reason for him to spare Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had killed his son. In this region, no one would dare to kill his son, but now, his beloved son had died in front of him. Kid, who are you? Why did you kill my son? Fu Kuei asked angrily. He knew all the geniuses of the 11 major forces in Eastern Profound region. Even if this person in front of him was just a golden immortal, he should have been famous for possessing such powerful combat power. However, Fu Kuei didn't know him at all. Because he deserves death. Jiang Chen's tone remained indifferent. Even in the face of a mighty immortal emperor, he didn't have the slightest fear. With the ancestral dragon pagoda, he was confident that he could successfully escape from the hands of an immortal emperor. De Huang, hurry up and get closer to me. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to De Huang dog. An immortal emperor wasn't someone he could fight. In the face of Fu Kuei, he could only escape, or it should be said that he couldn't even escape. He could only choose to hide in the Zulong Tower. Therefore, he had to remind De Huang dog to come to his side as soon as possible. In that case, once the door of the Zulong Tower was opened, they would be able to enter it immediately. Shua! There was no need for Jiang Chen to remind him. De Huang dog had already moved. He was as clear as Jiang Chen about the situation in front of him. It was absolutely impossible for him to win. What he needed to consider now was to save his own life. Haha, what an arrogant kid. You have killed my son. I don't care who you are. You must avenge my son. I won't kill you directly. I will capture you and torture you bit by bit. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will let you experience all kinds of torture in the heavens and earth before you die. Fu Kuei burst into laughter. He gritted his teeth. The corpse of his son was lying there. There was no way to revive a dead person. What he could do now was to avenge his son and make the enemy suffer more than his son. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Kuei moved. He stretched out his hand, turning it into a huge palm that was as big as a mountain, grabbing at Jiang Chen. With this grab, the entire spatial zone was completely locked, turning into a cage. Everything was under the control of Fu Kuei. This was the power of an immortal emperor. Every move of his was full of power. Very powerful. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. Only when he felt the attack of an immortal emperor did he truly realize the terror and abnormal power of this realm. He knew very well that there was still a long way to go before he could reach that realm. Even if he exerted all his strength, he would never be a match for Fu Kuei. Hong. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to open the door of Zulong Tower and hide himself, the huge palm that was attacking suddenly shattered, turning into fragments and vanishing into the void. No one attacked, or it should be said that no one saw any attack. The huge palm was shattered just like that. Who? Fu Kuei's facial expression changed dramatically. Immediately, he bellowed at the void. Only he knew that the reason his palm was broken was because someone had secretly attacked him. What terrified him the most was that even with his early immortal emperor cultivation base, he couldn't see who the attacker was. A gentle wind drifted out of the void and destroyed his attack. Fu Kuei's face darkened. Fu Kuei couldn't stay calm anymore. There was only one explanation for such a situation. The attacker's cultivation base was far above his. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were also stunned. Immediately, they revealed a surprised look. Although they had focused all their attention on the Zulong Tower, given their perceptive ability, they would certainly be able to detect some clues if someone had attacked them. However, they didn't find anything. The huge palm that Fu Kuei casted out seemed to have exploded by itself, leaving no trace behind. The scene was silent. Fu Kuei's eyes flickered with brilliance. He looked around, using his divine sense to cover every corner, but didn't find anything unusual. He couldn't find the attacker. The more it was so, the greater the shock in Fu Kuei's heart. An enemy that couldn't be discovered was the scariest. Fu Kuei didn't give up. He was ready to strike again. He must avenge his son. Today, he must eliminate Jiang Chen. An incomparably powerful qi gushed out of Fu Kuei's body again. Stop! Just as Fu Kuei was about to strike again, a loud yell suddenly sounded from afar. In the next moment, a white-robed old man appeared. The old man's white beard fluttered in the wind. He looked like a banished immortal. As soon as he appeared, he raised his hand and destroyed the pressure that Fu Kuei had exerted on Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Then, he stood in front of Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, who is this old man? Why did he help us? De Huang dog transmitted his voice to Fu Kuei. How would I know? I don't know him. Chapter 1429. The elder had the air of an immortal. His appearance silenced the scene once more. Very few people knew the origin of this elder, but the scariness of this elder was obvious to all, because he was an immortal emperor expert. Furthermore, everyone could tell that this elder had appeared for Jiang Chen. He was here to help Jiang Chen. Many of them began to guess the identity of this Jiang Chen. It turned out that this Jiang Chen also had a powerful backer, which explained why he dared to kill young Master Futian. The appearance of this white-haired old man and the destruction of Fu Kuei's palm could be easily explained. It must be this old man who did it. Even Jiang Chen thought so, but only Fu Kuei knew that the one who did it was absolutely not this white-haired old man, but someone else. This was because he knew this white-haired old man. The old man's cultivation base was on par with him. It was impossible for the old man to strike without him noticing. Old man Bai Wang, what do you mean by this? Fu Kuei said. Others might not recognize the famous old man Bai Wang, but Fu Kuei knew him. He also knew that old man Bai Wang wasn't scary. The real scary thing was the power behind old man Bai Wang. If it was during normal times, Fu Kuei would have to be polite when he saw Old Man Bai Wang, not daring to show any neglect. But now, his son had been killed, and Old Man Bai Wang had helped the murderer of his son. This made it hard for him to be kind to this old man. What? Old Man Bai Wang? He's Old Man Bai Wang? Could it be that Jiang Chen is from Great Qian Empire? Old Man Bai Wang is an immortal emperor of Great Qian Empire. I heard that he has been following King Fan recently. Never thought that he would appear here to help Jiang Chen. Even Old Man Bai Wang has appeared. It seems like things are going to be difficult. No matter how powerful Fu Kuei is, he won't dare to offend Great Qian Empire. Although he still has a son in Divine Line sect, he won't dare to offend any of the 11 major powers. Many people started whispering to each other. Although they had never seen Old Man Bai Wang before, they had heard of his name. Perhaps Fu Kuei could afford to offend Old Man Bai Wang, but he couldn't afford to offend the power behind him. Haha. Isn't my meaning obvious enough? This young Master Jiang Chen is a friend of our King Fan. This old man has been assigned by King Fan to bring young Master Jiang Chen to Great Qian Empire. I believe Brother Fu won't stop me, right? Elder Bai Wang chuckled as if he was talking about something very normal. After all, the Great Qian Empire was simply too domineering. No matter what they did, they would never allow for negotiation. King Fan? Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were stunned. They didn't seem to have a friend called King Fan here, but very quickly, they thought of a person, Yang Bufan. Before Yang Bufan left, he had specifically told Jiang Chen to go to Great Qian Empire to look for him when he arrived at East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog didn't pay much attention to it at first. It was only now that they realized that this King Fan might be Yang Bufan. It was beyond their imagination that Yang Bufan had such a high status in Great Qian Empire. No, this brat just killed my son. Didn't you see it? I'm afraid I can't give him face, said Fu Kuei. Of course, he had already guessed the purpose of Elder Bai Wang's visit, but he couldn't let Jiang Chen go because of this. Otherwise, his son wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Humph. Fu Kuei, I'm not here to negotiate with you. It's not your turn to give face to King Fan. I'm sure you know about King Fan's current status in Great Qian Empire and his reputation in East Xuanyu. How dare you touch King Fan's friend? As for your son, if I'm not wrong, Futian should be an intermediate immortal king. How could a dignified intermediate immortal king not be a match for a golden immortal? His death will be in vain. Old Man Bai Wang harumphed coldly. That was the domineering attitude of a major power. Every word he spoke contained great confidence. This was something that no other immortal emperor could compare to. Old Man Bai Wang, don't go too far. This man has killed my son. This enmity must be avenged. Plus, my son is a genius of Corpsine sect. Corpsine sect will never let him go. Could it be that King Fan wants to become the enemy of Corpsine sect? Fu Kuei spoke harshly. He was very angry. He was already very sad that his son's tragic death was caused by his late arrival. If he still watched the murderer being taken away, he was afraid that he would spurt out a mouthful of blood. What a joke! Corpsine sect is an evil sect. My Great Qian Empire disdains to be friends with them. Even if we become enemies, do you think King Fan will care? Besides, do you really think that Corpsine sect will go against King Fan just for your son? I'm afraid that even your son doesn't have such a high status in Corpsine sect. Old Man Bai Wang spoke plainly. Corpsine sect was indeed powerful. It was possible for them to suppress ordinary experts, but it was impossible for them to suppress King Fan. Upon hearing this, Fu Kuei's facial expression turned incomparably unsightly, because what Old Man Bai Wang said was right. After the genius of Great Qian Empire returned, he was immediately conferred the title of King Fan by the emperor. Recently, his name had risen to prominence in the entire East Xuanyu. Corpsine sect belonged to the evil sect, similar to the devil sects in other regions. Being sandwiched among the 11 major powers wasn't very stable. It was afraid that young Master Futian didn't have the ability and charisma to make Corpsine sect go against King Fan just for one person. Fu Kuei, even without King Fan, do you think you have the ability to kill Jiang Chen with me standing here today? Old Man Bai Wang placed one hand behind his back while stroking his beard with the other hand. It was a kind of calmness and confidence. Fu Kuei's eyes were almost spewing fire. It was a kind of murderous gaze. Unfortunately, a gaze couldn't kill. At least, His gaze couldn't kill Jiang Chen or Old Man Bai Wang. He had never thought that Jiang Chen was backed by King Fan. Moreover, with Old Man Bai Wang here, it would be very difficult for him to kill Jiang Chen. Old Man Bai Wang turned to look at Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "Let's go. King Fan is waiting for young master." After saying that, Jiang Chen left with Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Fu Kuei clenched his fists tightly, but there was nothing he could do. If it was just Old Man Bai Wang alone, he would fight him even if he had to risk his life to kill Jiang Chen. However, Fu Kuei understood that apart from Old Man Bai Wang, there was probably another hidden expert who was 1,000 times more terrifying than Old Man Bai Wang. He knew that the person who shattered his palm was definitely not Old Man Bai Wang. That was why Fu Kuei allowed Jiang Chen to leave. The biggest reason wasn't Old Man Bai Wang or King Fan, but the unseen expert who attacked first. Chapter 1430. Just like that, Jiang Chen was taken away. The scene became terrifyingly quiet. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was the god of slaughter. Now that the god of slaughter had left, they didn't relax at all, because there was a volcano here that could erupt at any time. This enmity must be avenged. No matter who your backer is, since you killed my son, Fu Kuei, you must die without a burial place. Both of Fu Kuei's eyes had turned blood red. One could see how angry he was right now. All he wanted to do now was to kill. If he didn't unleash all the killing intent in his body, his heart would probably be attacked by anger. Master of Prefecture, this Jiang Chen is really insane. I didn't expect him to have the support of King Fan. It's really infuriating to let him walk out of here alive. That's right. The death of young Master Futian is really regrettable. If Master of Prefecture had appeared earlier, Jiang Chen wouldn't have had the chance to kill him. As the friends of young Master, we are both angry and helpless. Everyone spoke at once, clasping their fists at Fu Kuei, attempting to break the oppressive atmosphere, because if they continued to be in such a state, they might go crazy. Humph! Fu Kuei harumphed coldly like a muffled thunder, shaking everyone's mind and causing their faces to turn pale. My son is dead. Why are you all still alive? Go down and be buried with my son. Fu Kuei's voice was incomparably cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Rays of light shot out in all directions like sharp swords. After killing all these people, he could push the blame to Jiang Chen. His son was dead, but these people were still alive. This made Fu Kuei very angry. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Shrill screams were heard. Everyone on the scene had their bodies penetrated by the light shot out by Fu Kuei. They died on the spot. None of them survived. Hung Long. At the same time, Fu Kuei unleashed the mighty qi of an immortal emperor. Those qi waves turned into terrifying energy, rushing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire manor was shrouded. All the houses and buildings collapsed in an instant. All the people in the manor, no matter big or small, old or young, strong or weak, were shrouded. Everyone was facing death. To Futian Manor, this was the end of the world. Countless people couldn't bear the pressure of an immortal emperor and their bodies collapsed. In the blink of an eye, a luxurious villa had been reduced to ruins. None of the people in the villa had survived. They had all died miserably and were buried in the ruins. Fu Kuei was much more ruthless than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had always killed those who deserved to be killed, but Fu Kuei had truly slaughtered the innocent. His son was dead, and he wanted the entire manor to be buried with him. His means were cruel, and insane. The most ridiculous ones were those who weren't killed by Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. They thought that they were saved and could walk out of this manor alive, but they didn't expect that they still couldn't escape the disaster. They didn't die in the hands of Jiang Chen, but died in the hands of Fu Kuei. What was more ironic was that they were still flattering Fu Kuei a moment ago, but were killed in the next moment. Fu Kuei hovered in the sky above the manor, looking at the ruins that had been reduced to ruins. He was holding the corpse of young Master Futian in his arms, and then glanced at the place where Jiang Chen had vanished. This matter isn't over yet. I must kill that brat to avenge my son. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Kuei's silhouette flickered and vanished. It was true that he didn't dare to offend King Fan, nor did he dare to go to King Fan's place to kill him, because that was no different from courting death. However, he wouldn't give up on revenge. He would think of every possible way. A ghost-like silhouette appeared not far away from the manor. This silhouette was none other than the old liar. The old liar wasn't dead. He was indeed standing in the courtyard that was filled with war and slaughter. He was also present when Xueqi destroyed the entire manor. However, even the immortal king had died, but he, a puny little earth immortal, was still alive and well. Motherfucker! Such a good place is gone just like that. How inhumane! This old man has to find another place again. The old liar shook his head helplessly, appearing very regretful. Then, he strode in the sky, vanishing with each step he took. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. Extremely far away, Old Man Bai Wang, together with Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, was treading on an auspicious cloud, moving at high speed. Thank you for saving us, Senior. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Old Man Bai Wang. He had a pretty good impression of this old man. In any case, the old man had come to help him. This was something that Jiang Chen understood very well. I was still one step too late. If it wasn't for someone helping you destroy Xueqi's attack in the dark, you too would have already fallen into his hands. Even if I was there, I wouldn't be of any help. Old Man Bai Wang said with a smile. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the one who destroyed Xueqi's attack wasn't you, Senior? Jiang Chen asked doubtfully. Of course not. Although I'm an immortal emperor, my cultivation base is on par with Xueqi's. Even if I helped you, it's impossible for me to destroy Xueqi's attack without him noticing. There's an expert helping you in the dark, a true expert who is much stronger than me. Old Man Bai Wang said. Could it be the old liar? De Huang dog's eyes widened. At this moment, apart from the old liar who made him and Jiang Chen feel that he wasn't a simple person, he really couldn't think of anyone else, because they had just arrived in Eastern Profound Domain and didn't know any experts. It's highly possible. Although the old liar is crazy, my intuition tells me that he isn't a simple person. Jiang Chen nodded, agreeing with De Huang dog's opinion. Young Master Jiang Chen has such combat strength at such a young age. Killing an intermediate immortal king with just a golden immortal cultivation base is truly shocking. No wonder King Fan thinks so highly of you. Old Man Bai Wang spoke in an incomparably polite tone to Jiang Chen. Of course, the most important reason was that King Fan was still standing there. Senior, is King Fan Yang Bufan? Jiang Chen asked. Although he had already guessed it, he still wanted to confirm it, because he couldn't think of anyone else other than Yang Bufan. That's right. King Fan is Yang Bufan. He was originally a prince of Great Qian Empire. In the past, he had a conflict with the emperor and left in a fit of pique. Now that he has returned, his cultivation base has improved tremendously, and he was conferred the title of King Fan by the emperor. His reputation has skyrocketed, and he's currently at the peak of his power. Plus, he was already a late immortal king when he returned, and is now a half-step immortal emperor. Chapter 1431. After listening to Old Man Bai Wang's words, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had never thought that Yang Bufan had such a great background. The identity of a prince of Great Qian Empire in East Xuanyu was just too noble. However, after knowing Yang Bufan's true identity, Jiang Chen's admiration for Yang Bufan had increased once again. A dignified prince of a huge empire. How awe-inspiring was that? In the empire, Yang Bufan could have endless high-grade cultivation resources, but he had abandoned all of them and went to the evil abyss, a hellish place. That was a pride that came from his bones, or it could be said that he was fighting for something. Sometimes, people live to fight for something. He was willing to give up everything he had and pursue a new starting point. In the entire East Xuanyu, he was afraid that only Yang Bufan could do this. Jiang Chen didn't know why Yang Bufan and the emperor had a grudge against each other, but now it seemed that Yang Bufan had really earned it. A genius who hadn't used any cultivation resources in the empire for 10 years had surpassed those who had endless resources after he came back. This was the most important thing. This was a true genius. That was a great willpower that ordinary people couldn't compare to. The emperor must have seen through this, which explained the drastic change in his attitude towards Yang Bufan by conferring him the title of king. It could be seen that the emperor still doted on this son of his very much. Do you know how many princes there are in Great Qian Empire? And how many of them can be conferred the title of king by the emperor himself? King Fan's reputation has been soaring recently. The king conferring ceremony will be held in half a month's time. It's the most important day for King Fan. He has always been praising you, hoping that you can appear in his king conferring ceremony. How exciting would that be? It seems like King Fan's wish is going to come true. Old Man Bai Wang said. Even a fool could tell that he was praising King Fan. Of course, a figure like King Fan was indeed qualified to be praised. According to Old Man Bai Wang, anyone who could be conferred the title of king at such a young age in Great Qian Empire was qualified to be praised. It seems like the ending of Evil Abyss had a great impact on him. Advancing from early immortal king to half-step immortal emperor isn't a coincidence. De Huang Dog said. He remembered that Yang Bufan was only a late immortal king when he left. It hadn't been a long time since Yang Bufan had advanced to the half-step immortal emperor realm. This wasn't an easy step to cross. Many people had been stuck at this stage for their entire lives, unable to make any progress, but Yang Bufan had crossed it so easily. Of course. Brother Yang's accumulation in the Evil Abyss for 10 years is unstoppable. Not to mention half-step immortal emperors. Even true immortal emperors won't be far away from him. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had long seen that Yang Bufan wasn't an ordinary person. How could he be an ordinary person if he could become the evil king in a place like Evil Abyss? Little brother, this old man knows that King Fan has gone to a place called Evil Abyss. I heard that it's like hell, but King Fan has never mentioned anything about that place. This old man really wants to know what King Fan has gone through to make such a huge change. Little brother, please tell me about it. Old Man Bai Wang spoke. He admired people like King Fan very much. At the same time, after witnessing Jiang Chen's capability, he also valued Jiang Chen very much. Otherwise, Old Man Bai Wang might have come to rescue Jiang Chen just because he was King Fan's friend, but he absolutely wouldn't be so polite to him. He was a dignified immortal emperor. A golden immortal was nothing in his eyes. If it was an ordinary golden immortal, Old Man Bai Wang was afraid that he wouldn't even say a word to that golden immortal. But it was different for Jiang Chen. He could see that a peerless genius like Jiang Chen would have limitless achievements in the future. Just like King Fan, it was normal and inevitable for Jiang Chen to surpass him. All right, I'll tell you about it. Jiang Chen smiled. The reason why Yang Bufan didn't tell him was because he didn't think it was necessary. He wasn't a man who liked to boast. A truly mature man had always been very steady. However, Jiang Chen could use his mouth to help Yang Bufan boast. He understood very well that Yang Bufan had just become King Fan. The more people knew about Yang Bufan's deeds, the more people around him would admire him. This would also make Yang Bufan more cohesive in the future. As a prince of the imperial clan, one could imagine the competitiveness of Yang Bufan. Although Yang Bufan looked glamorous, he was afraid that his life wouldn't be easy. Jiang Chen told Old Man Bai Wang everything that had happened in Evil Abyss through divine sense. Jiang Chen didn't boast too much, because what he said was the truth. The name of the Evil Lord was very famous in many regions. In Evil Abyss it was a symbol. After listening to Jiang Chen's introduction, Old Man Bai Wang's eyes glowed with mystical brilliance. His admiration for Jiang Chen had also deepened. Back then, King Fan was just an immature youth. He was always impulsive. That's why the emperor didn't stop him when he left. He didn't even look for him after so many years. Sure enough, 10 years of accumulation has created a character. Today's King Fan is mature and steady. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Old Man Bai Wang nodded. After hearing about King Fan's deeds, he finally understood that it wasn't by chance that Yang Bufan could achieve what he had today. Little brother, you should know that in a major power like Great Qian Empire, especially the imperial clan, the competition is very intense. King Fan stood out as soon as he returned and was conferred the title of king. Many people are secretly jealous of him. Moreover, there's a huge competition between the princes. Each of them is trying to stabilize their own forces. There are too many troubles in Great Qian Empire. Also, the hostile forces of the 11 major powers aren't willing to see the emergence of an outstanding genius in the empire. I'm afraid that the king conferring ceremony that will take place half a month later will be full of troubles. Old Man Bai Wang said. Since King Fan thought highly of Jiang Chen, he wouldn't treat Jiang Chen as an outsider and told Jiang Chen everything that needed to be said. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. He could imagine the competition between Great Qian Empire. This empire wasn't any different from the Martial Saint dynasty. There was a saying that the imperial clan had no kinship, especially between the princes. They would always form cliques and treat each other like enemies. Chapter 1432. Hee. It seems like Yang Bufan needs our help again. De Huang Dog chuckled. Behind his glamorous appearance was endless pressure. There were many competitions in the empire that were even more dangerous than the evil clan in the evil abyss. Yang Bufan valued Jiang Chen's talent and ability very much. He knew very well that if he could get Jiang Chen's help, he would certainly be able to defeat his opponents and gain a firm foothold in the empire. Jiang Chen also understood this point very well. If Yang Bufan needed him, he would be duty-bound to go through life and death together. That would make them brothers. Jiang Chen had also regarded Yang Bufan as his brother. Moreover, Jiang Chen had just arrived in East Xuanyu and had nowhere to go. By going to Great Qian Empire, he would be able to meet the top geniuses of the entire East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen had never been afraid of battles. He liked battles and the passion in the process. This was also a process of his growth. To Jiang Chen, helping Yang Bufan was also a way for him to grow. Along the way, Old Man Bai Wang chatted and laughed without putting on the airs of an immortal emperor. This gave Jiang Chen a very good impression of Old Man Bai Wang. Wu Ningzhu had been resting in the Zulong Tower. This pair of lovers hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they were incomparably excited. However, Jiang Chen didn't release Wu Ningzhu right away. He knew that Wu Ningzhu needed to recuperate now, especially after the damage to her soul. It wouldn't be easy to recover. After arriving at Qingfan Prefecture and finding a place to rest, Jiang Chen would then have a good meeting with Wu Ningzhu. Although Great Qian Empire was incomparably far away, it wasn't a big deal to Jiang Chen and the others. It didn't take them long to arrive. The imperial capital. Up ahead was the imperial capital of the Great Qian Empire. Even though it was very far away, one could still feel the majesty of the imperial capital. The sky was filled with mist and was filled with a noble aura. The imperial capital of the Great Qian Empire was built on a large mountain range, just like a huge sect. The entire imperial capital was undulating and probably had a radius of thousands of miles. This was just the imperial capital, but it was like a small region. It was really too huge. This was the hinterland of the Great Qian Empire. It was like a crouching dragon with a dragon vein supporting it, causing the entire empire to be luxurious and noble. Within the imperial capital, there were ancient palaces and dazzling castles everywhere. There were ancient pine trees that were at least a few hundred years old. The old pine trees seemed to have life and were about to become spirits. There were golden pagodas floating in the sky, continuously giving off golden light. There were floating mountains wrapped in white mist in the sky. There were ancient palaces on top of them, showing the foundation of this empire. Each of the buildings floating in the sky was supported by experts using spatial force. To put it bluntly, each place was an independent spatial zone. Even though Jiang Chen wasn't an immortal king yet, he could feel the densely interweaving spatial cracks in the sky above the imperial capital. There must be a lot of small spatial zones created by immortal emperors or even mighty immortal venerables. Each of these small spatial zones was the noblest place in the imperial capital. Little brother, the imperial capital is just ahead. Qingfan Prefecture is at the southeast of the imperial capital. I'll bring you there now. I think Qingfan must be getting impatient from waiting. Old Man Bai Wang stroked his beard and said. It was Qingfan's order to bring Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog here. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Chen was very happy to see Yang Bufan in East Xuanyu. Old Man Bai Wang looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but nod secretly. Jiang Chen had been calm and composed from the beginning to the end. If it was any other genius who saw such a magnificent imperial capital for the first time, they would certainly be incomparably excited and amazed. However, in front of the imperial capital, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. The mighty imperial capital didn't shock Jiang Chen, but Old Man Bai Wang. It was rare for Jiang Chen to have such a temperament at such a young age. No wonder Qingfan valued Jiang Chen so highly. Under the lead of Old Man Bai Wang, 2 men and a dog flew towards the direction of Qingfan Prefecture. There weren't many people who could fly in the sky above the imperial capital, but immortal emperors had enough privileges. Flying in the sky above the imperial capital, they could see a group of soldiers in golden armor patrolling the sky from time to time. Each of the patrol captains was at least a golden immortal expert. Such a powerful force and a powerful imperial capital were indeed worthy of being one of the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. Seeing someone flying in the sky, a group of golden guards flew over. When the captain saw Old Man Bai Wang, he immediately went forward and saluted. "Greetings, Lord Bai Wang." The captain spoke respectfully, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. "Lord Bai Wang, these two are?" the captain asked. One should know that in the imperial capital, apart from the golden guards, no one below the immortal king realm was allowed to enter. Friends of King Fan. "Why? Do you still want to interrogate them?" Old Man Bai Wang said impatiently. I dare not. We can only respect the friends of King Fan." Upon hearing that they were friends of King Fan, the captain was filled with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Old Man Bai Wang nodded. He led Jiang Chen past the group of golden guards and continued flying towards King Fan Prefecture. King Fan Prefecture was located in the southeast of the imperial capital. This prefecture had just been built. It was approved by the emperor. Every prefecture in the imperial capital had to be approved by the emperor himself. Recently, King Fan Prefecture had been the focus of the imperial capital because of its magnificent and luxurious design. One could tell that it was a place where nobles lived at first glance. The entire King Fan Prefecture covered an area of 100 miles. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery was beautiful, like a paradise on earth. In front of the gate of King Fan Prefecture, King Fan was wearing a clean purple robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, full of majesty. Behind him stood a dozen experts. The weakest among them was at least a half-step immortal emperor. Two of them were already powerful immortal emperors like Old Man Bai Wang. There were a few guards standing on both sides of the gate. This was the first time these guards were so close to King Fan. Each and every one of them stood straight, but the invisible pressure from so many experts made them feel excited and nervous at the same time. In their eyes, anyone in front of them was a high and mighty lord, an existence that they couldn't hope to reach. The guards were astonished. They had no idea who King Fan was welcoming here. Across the entire imperial capital, who would have such great airs to make all the higher-ups of King Fan Prefecture stand outside the entrance and welcome them personally? This was the first time they had ever received such a high treatment. Chapter 1433. As a matter of fact, not only those guards, but also those experts behind King Fan also had a lot of doubts in their hearts. They only knew that King Fan was going to welcome a friend, so they stood out to welcome him. However, they had no idea who this friend was and what he looked like. They didn't dare to ask. In any case, they were going to meet him soon. Looking at the back of King Fan, many of them revealed admiring eyes. A hard-working person would always gain respect from others. Plus, King Fan's combat strength was very strong. Although he was only a half-step immortal emperor, no ordinary early immortal emperor was a match for him in a real fight. The two immortal emperors understood this very well, including Old Man Bai Wang. 3 silhouettes appeared in the sky above King Fan Prefecture, then slowly descended. 2 men and a dog. Their appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. They naturally knew Old Man Bai Wang. All eyes fell upon Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. When they saw that Jiang Chen was only a golden immortal, their eyes revealed a look of disappointment. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they knew that this white-robed young man might be the person that King Fan had mobilized so many people to welcome. Haha, brother, you are finally here. Big brother has been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Jiang Chen, King Fan revealed a carefree smile. This was the first time he laughed so heartily after returning to Great Qian Empire. He would only have such a smile when he met Jiang Chen. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen stretched out their arms at the same time, giving each other a big bear hug. The scene stunned everyone on the scene. Even the immortal emperors opened their mouths wide in shock, unable to believe that what they saw was real. Who's this kid? He's just a puny little golden immortal. How could King Fan attach so much importance to him? This was the common question in everyone's heart. They could feel that King Fan was truly happy at this moment. At least, they hadn't seen King Fan laugh so heartily for such a long time. Moreover, he ignored his identity and hugged the young man. This showed how much importance he attached to the young man. Yang Bufan carefully sized up Jiang Chen. After sensing Jiang Chen's cultivation base, he was still shocked despite being mentally prepared. Brother, The progress of your cultivation is really unacceptable. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Although he was surprised, he wasn't too surprised. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Chen's talent with his own eyes. This person in front of him was a miracle, a peerless monstrous genius that even he admired. Brother Yang's progress is also very shocking, Jiang Chen said. His words were neither pretentious nor flattering. He was also very surprised that Yang Bufan could break through to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm so quickly. After all, it wasn't an easy step to cross from late Immortal King to half-step Immortal Emperor realm. King Fan. Who is this little brother? An early Immortal Emperor elder asked. Let me introduce. This is Jiang Chen, my brother. Since he has come to King Fan Prefecture, he's a distinguished guest. Yang Bufan introduced. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. Although he hadn't been separated from Jiang Chen for a long time, the feeling of meeting Jiang Chen here and Jiang Chen in Evil Abyss was completely different. A friend of King Fan is naturally a distinguished guest of King Fan Prefecture. That's right. A friend of King Fan certainly isn't a simple character. Everyone hastily greeted Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. He could naturally tell that these people were just being perfunctory. None of them really put him, a golden immortal, in their eyes. After all, the gap between them was just too great. They were all half-step immortal emperors or even true immortal emperors. How could they pay attention to a puny little golden immortal? If it wasn't for King Fan, they wouldn't even bother to talk to Jiang Chen. This was basically a certainty. Jiang Chen simply clasped his fists in response. He smiled and didn't put it in his heart. How they viewed him, Jiang Chen didn't care. Brother, let's go. How about visiting my prefecture? I have already prepared a place for you to cultivate in seclusion. Yang Bufan put his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder and strode into the prefecture. Everyone was incomparably envious of them. They knew that they would never have the chance to be so close to King Fan. Bai Wang, who is this kid? Why is he valued by King Fan so much? After King Fan and Jiang Chen left, a group of people immediately surrounded Old Man Bai Wang. They were all too curious. This man was brought back by Old Man Bai Wang. So Old Man Bai Wang should know something about him. He's called Jiang Chen, a friend of King Fan. Old Man Bai Wang said with a smile. Of course. Who can't see that? We're just curious. Given King Fan's identity, why would he befriend a puny little golden immortal? An immortal emperor asked. Puny little golden immortal? You must never underestimate this man. Just a moment ago, he killed an intermediate immortal king young Master Futian with his late golden immortal cultivation base. He's the son of the city lord of Fu City, Fu Kuei, the genius of Corpse Yin sect. Old Man Bai Wang said. What? Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They had heard of young Master Futian before. He was a genius of Corpse Yin sect and had some fame. Additionally, he had already reached the intermediate immortal king realm at such a young age, which was extremely rare. More importantly, the means of Corpse Yin sect were very vicious and hard to deal with. Jiang Chen was able to kill young Master Futian with a late golden immortal cultivation base. If it wasn't said by Old Man Bai Wang, they would never believe it. If it wasn't for Old Man Bai Wang's words, they would never believe it. Killing an intermediate immortal king wasn't a big deal. Everyone on the scene could easily pinch one to death, but killing an intermediate immortal king with a late golden immortal cultivation base was a completely different concept. Just this point alone had changed their view of Jiang Chen tremendously. They no longer underestimated him. With such a heaven-defying talent, his future achievements would certainly be limitless. At the same time, they finally understood why King Fan valued a golden immortal so much. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen was a stock with tremendous potential. Do you all want to know about King Fan's deeds in Evil Abyss? Old Man Bai Wang said habitually. You know about it? Everyone's interest was piqued. They were very interested in King Fan's deeds in Evil Abyss. Hearing that Old Man Bai Wang knew about it, they thought that he must have heard about it from Jiang Chen. Of course. The rise of King Fan isn't accidental. Just wait and see. King Fan is destined to become a great figure in the future. Chapter 1434. After hearing about Yang Bufan's deeds in Evil Abyss from Old Man Bai Wang, their reaction was the same as Old Man Bai Wang's. Apart from shock, there was also deep respect. They believed that if it was someone else in the same environment and situation, they wouldn't be able to achieve what King Fan did. Just like Old Man Bai Wang, they all believed that King Fan was destined to rise. The rise of such a person was absolutely not a coincidence. Compared to those geniuses of the empire who lived like princes, Yang Bufan was the real deal. A person could only settle down after experiencing a lot of things. The 10 years in Evil Abyss was the time for Yang Bufan to settle down and sublimate. These 10 years were the turning point for Yang Bufan, destined to surpass the other geniuses. King Fan Prefecture was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment was very beautiful. Additionally, the heaven and earth immortal chi in this place was extremely dense. The gap between this place and one-line sky was unimaginable. This was the best place for cultivation. The underground was directly next to the dragon vein. Living here would ensure that one's essence, chi and spirit would always be sufficient. Yang Bufan had prepared an incomparably quiet courtyard for Jiang Chen. The courtyard was surrounded by a garden. The environment was very good. One could see that Yang Bufan had gone to great lengths to welcome Jiang Chen. "Brother, are you satisfied with this place?" Yang Bufan said with a smile. "You're not lazy at all. Master Dog likes it. You're really considerate, kid." Before Jiang Chen could speak, De Huang Dog spoke. He really didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Perhaps only De Huang Dog would have the guts to call King Fan kid. Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan ignored De Huang Dog and chatted happily. They didn't mention the matter of Jiang Chen killing young Master Fu Tian. Jiang Chen knew that Yang Bufan must have learned everything from Old Man Bai Wang. Jiang Chen didn't mention it because he didn't put Fu Kuei or corpse insect in his eyes. It was the same for Yang Bufan. As the King Fan of Great Qian Empire, there was no one he didn't dare to offend. In any case, Fu Kuei had already been killed. Besides, King Fan knew Jiang Chen's character very well. As long as he was angry, there was no one in this world that he wouldn't dare to kill. Moreover, he believed that if young Master Fu Tian hadn't provoked Jiang Chen wouldn't have killed him. "Brother Yang, let me introduce you to an important person," Jiang Chen said. "Oh." Yang Bufan was taken aback. There were only Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog here. He knew both of them. There was no need to introduce De Huang Dog. "Sister Ning, come out." Jiang Chen smiled. When he called out the name, Jiang Chen felt a sense of happiness surging all over his body. The door of Zulong Tower was opened invisibly. Wu Ningzhu appeared strangely beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Standing beside Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu could no longer control her emotions. Her eyes turned a little red. The saintess of those years, the cold peerless beauty, would melt in front of Jiang Chen. Wu Ningzhu couldn't care less about her image and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen felt distressed. His palm kept patting Wu Ningzhu's back. He knew that Wu Ningzhu had suffered a great grievance. "Sister Ning, it's all right now. I have already killed that scum. With me here, I will never let you suffer any grievances in the future," Jiang Chen said softly. His gentle voice made Wu Ningzhu feel a strong sense of security. This was a man who could always give people a sense of security. His eyes couldn't help but brighten up when he saw Wu Ningzhu. A woman of such character was extremely rare. After all, Wu Ningzhu had seen a lot of things. So after a short moment of excitement, she calmed down and left Jiang Chen's arms in embarrassment. Very soon, she resumed her previous cold demeanor. "Sister Ning, let me introduce you. This is King Fan, the Prince of Great Qian Empire," Jiang Chen said. "Greetings, King Fan." Wu Ningzhu nodded. "You're welcome." Yang Bufan waved his hand casually. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see the unusual relationship between Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu? "Brother Yang, this is Wu Ningzhu, my wife." Jiang Chen held Wu Ningzhu's hand. For the first time, he called Wu Ningzhu his wife in front of outsiders. He felt that it was necessary for him to give Wu Ningzhu a status. Hearing Jiang Chen calling her his wife, Wu Ningzhu's face couldn't help but blush. After all, it was her first time. It was only natural for her to feel embarrassed. "Haha, brother, you're really lucky to have such a wife." Yang Bufan burst into laughter. "Brother Yang, Sister Ning's soul has suffered a serious injury. I'm going to help her recover as soon as possible. After all, the means of corpse insect are too insidious. I'm afraid that delaying will leave some sequelae. Jiang Chen said with a frown. At the thought of this, his eyes couldn't help but radiate a cold light. Fortunately, he had already killed young Master Futian, which could be considered as having vented his anger. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yang Bufan immediately guessed the cause of the matter. It must be that young Master Futian had designs on Wu Ningzhu, which had completely infuriated Jiang Chen. In this way, it seemed that young Master Futian's death wasn't unjust. Touching the reverse scale of the dragon was destined to end miserably. All right. In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. Brother, you must be tired after a long journey. Take a rest. By the way, here's a soul-nourishing pill. It's a superior-grade Yang soul transformation pill. It has a very good effect on restoring the soul. Yang Bufan casually took out a pill. It was a golden pill. The fragrance it exuded could make people feel relaxed and happy, making their soul feel sublimated. This was an emperor-grade pill, a priceless treasure. Yang Bufan took it out so casually. Brother Yang, thank you very much. Jiang Chen received the pill, feeling very touched. As an alchemist himself, he knew the preciousness of this pill all too well. Soul-related pills were already very rare in the heaven and earth. Moreover, this Yang soul transformation pill was an emperor-grade pill. It was a priceless treasure. If it had to be measured in terms of value, it would absolutely be a sky-high price. Jiang Chen knew that Yang Bufan was a forthright person, so he didn't stand on ceremony with him. After all, Wu Ningzhu also needed this Yang soul transformation pill very much. As for Yang Bufan's friendship, Jiang Chen could only keep it in his heart. All right, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. When you're done with Ningzhu's matter, come and find me. Help me plan the king-conferring ceremony. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, then turned and left. This kid isn't bad. De Huang Dog nodded. A person like Yang Bufan was indeed very suitable to be a friend. It's not that easy to be a prince. I hope we can help him. Chapter 1435. Wu Ningzhu's innate talent was relatively terrifying. Her current cultivation base was already at the early golden immortal realm. For an ascendant, this cultivation base couldn't be said to be not terrifying. However, when she encountered young Master Futian, she had no way to resist and could only be controlled by the opponent. Fortunately, young Master Futian didn't have the chance to touch Wu Ningzhu. From this point of view, young Master Futian had suffered a great loss. It was fine if he didn't get the peerless beauty, but in the end, he even lost his life. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't worth it. As a matter of fact, early golden immortal realm was nothing in this East Xuanyu. They couldn't even be considered as the lowest rank. Even a patrol captain of Great Qian Empire was a golden immortal. Sister Ning, take this Yang soul transformation pill. Then, I will use the Great Soul Derivation technique and with spiritual qi to help you recover your injured soul. With the help of this emperor-grade pill, you should be able to recover very soon. To you, this is also a good fortune. Perhaps you can usher in a transformation. Moreover, because I have isolated the soul seed that Futian left in your body, it hasn't disappeared yet. I will help you refine it together with the soul seed. Jiang Chen said. He was very clear about Wu Ningzhu's current situation. With the help of the Yang soul transformation pill, everything wouldn't be a problem. The soul seed that Futian left in Wu Ningzhu's body had now become ownerless. After being refined, it would become a wealth that could help Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Chen was very clear that this injury was also a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu. Given Wu Ningzhu's innate talent, her cultivation base would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. As for the specific extent, it would depend on Wu Ningzhu herself. All right. Wu Ningzhu took the Yang soul transformation pill and swallowed it without any hesitation according to Jiang Chen's instructions. Boom! The medicinal power of the Yang soul-forming pill was extremely ferocious. After it entered Wu Ningzhu's body, the vigorous medicinal power immediately exploded, rushing into Wu Ningzhu's limbs and bones, causing Wu Ningzhu's body to tremble violently. Not only did the Yang soul-forming pill have great benefits for healing the soul, but the pill itself also contained powerful energy. It was extremely helpful for stabilizing one's foundation and forging one's physical body. Seeing this, Jiang Chen did not dare to delay. He hurriedly used the Great Soul Derivation technique and his soul power entered Wu Ningzhu's body like a clear stream. At the same time, he injected the wood spiritual energy to help Wu Ningzhu guide the medicinal effect in her body. Wu Ningzhu was only an early golden immortal after all. If she forcefully consumed an emperor-grade pill, she wouldn't be able to control the vigorous medicinal effect at all. Once she lost control, it would very likely have the opposite effect. Not only would her soul not be healed, it would also suffer greater damage. Of course, as long as Jiang Chen was here, she didn't need to worry about this. With Jiang Chen's abilities, he could even control an emperor-grade pill perfectly, allowing the medicinal strength to be unleashed perfectly, allowing Wu Ningzhu to obtain the greatest benefits. Sister Ning, calm your mind and wash your hands of the medicinal effect of the Yang soul-forming pill. After your soul has strengthened and stabilized, I will help you refine the soul seed. Jiang Chen reminded her and told Wu Ningzhu what she needed to pay attention to. This was a very important and crucial process. There must be no accidents. Any accidents would be unbearable. After all, the soul was the foundation of a person. Once there was a problem with the soul, it would be very hard to recover. Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She trusted Jiang Chen very much. She opened up all her defenses, allowing Jiang Chen's soul power to rush into her body. That clear soul power and wood spiritual qi made Wu Ningzhu feel a strong sense of security. It was a kind of trust, a man that she could entrust her life to. Compared to the medicinal effect of the Yang soul-forming pill, Wu Ningzhu's soul was still too weak. Plus, her soul had suffered a certain amount of damage, so she couldn't rush it. Plus, the medicinal effect of the Yang soul-forming pill was too strong. Jiang Chen estimated that it would take at least 2 days to completely absorb the pill. Once this process was completed, it would be much easier to refine the soul seed. Wang Wang. A strong soul qi filled the entire courtyard. A layer of faint golden light enshrouded Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu like a golden cocoon, constantly emitting buzzing sounds. At this time, De Huang Dog was still playing the role of a guardian. He was a qualified guard. Although he knew that no one would come to disturb them in Qingfan Prefecture, De Huang Dog still remained vigilant at all times. This was a kind of habit and also a kind of trust that Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu had in him. 2 days passed very quickly. In these 2 days, Qingfan Prefecture was extraordinarily bustling. Everyone was preparing for the king conferring ceremony. Only the place where Jiang Chen was staying was the quietest. Because Yang Bufan had specifically told them not to disturb Jiang Chen, no one dared to disturb him. Everyone in Qingfan Prefecture knew that a distinguished guest had arrived, a friend that Qingfan had personally come out to greet. No one would dare to neglect or look down on such a person, even if he was just a golden immortal. With the help of Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu had successfully refined and absorbed the Yang soul transformation pill. At this time, Wu Ningzhu's soul had become several times stronger than before. At the same time, the pure energy formed by the Yang soul transformation pill was accumulated in Wu Ningzhu's body, ready for Wu Ningzhu to refine and absorb at any time. Jiang Chen nodded and withdrew his soul power. At this time, Wu Ningzhu was already strong enough. Even without his help, Wu Ningzhu would be able to refine and absorb the soul seed that Futian had left in her body. Wu Ningzhu's waterfall-like black hair fluttered without any wind. Her beautiful face looked even more alluring under the illumination of the light. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little infatuated by her. According to Jiang Chen's reminder, Wu Ningzhu began to absorb and refine the soul seed. Her soul power turned into a huge mouth, swallowing the soul seed in one gulp. That was left behind by an intermediate immortal king. Even if it was just a small seed, it was already a treasure and incomparably precious. One could feel that Wu Ningzhu's soul was undergoing the greatest transformation. Her whole body gave off a feeling of transformation from inside to outside. The strength of one's soul was the foundation of a person. The stronger one was, the more terrifying one would be. Under such impact, Wu Ningzhu's potential was stimulated once more. With the help of soul power and the energy of the Yang soul transformation pill, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base began to rise. Ka! Chapter 1436. The entire courtyard was shrouded by powerful qi. Wu Ningzhu was undergoing earth-shattering changes. This change was absolutely not just an improvement in her cultivation base, but a fundamental transformation. If Wu Ningzhu could only be considered as a genius before, the current Wu Ningzhu had already surpassed the category of ordinary geniuses, because her soul had experienced rebirth. This was the rarest thing. In other words, the current Wu Ningzhu had become a completely different person. In terms of talent, she wasn't any weaker than Han Yan and Tyrant. Wu Ningzhu closed her eyes and sat there. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. It wasn't enough to describe her as a goddess. After advancing to the intermediate golden immortal realm, her chi was far from stopping. Or it could be said that this was just the beginning. Putting everything else aside, the pure energy contained in the Yang soul transformation pill alone was more than enough for her to absorb. If Wu Ningzhu's soul hadn't experienced this incident and forcefully refined the Yang soul transformation pill, the effect wouldn't be as good as it was now. Even with Jiang Chen's help, it still wouldn't work. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of opportunity that required one's own conditions. The Yang soul transformation pill was a powerful emperor-grade pill. No matter how powerful an ordinary golden immortal was, they wouldn't be able to fully absorb its medicinal power. This was Wu Ningzhu's opportunity. A great opportunity. Her cultivation base was still rising constantly. It seemed like she had no intention of stopping. Just like when De Huang Dog obtained the essence of the immortal execution sword. Her foundation is too strong. It seems like Sister Ning is going to break through to the half-step immortal king realm. De Huang Dog said. It's not necessarily a good thing to break through so many realms at once, but I have a way to do it now. Jiang Chen smiled. With a flip of his palm, he took out a big bowl of Qilin Saint blood. With this, Sister Ning will be able to stabilize her cultivation base even if she breaks through to the half-step immortal king realm. When Jiang Chen took out a bowl of Qilin Saint blood, the fire Qilin in the ancestral dragon pagoda roared and cursed again. Now, the fire Qilin couldn't even find a place to cry. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This motherfucker wasn't human at all. He just took my blood without any discussion. Did he even consider my feelings? The fire Qilin cried. No one knew how big the shadow in his heart was. If this scene was seen by an outsider, they would immediately be shocked and roll their eyes. That was Qilin's holy blood. How could he give out a bowl of it as if it was plain water? If the people of Nanbei family saw this, they would immediately be furious and fight with Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, these days, Nanbei family had been searching for the fire Qilin all over the world. The more they couldn't find it, the more worried they became. Of course, Nanbei family wouldn't openly search for the fire Qilin. Even if the fire Qilin was dead or gone, they wouldn't make it public. The fire Qilin was a saint beast. It had always been the symbol of Nanbei family. It was an auspicious omen, the symbol of Nanbei family, and the most important thing. If the fire Qilin was lost or killed, it would have a great impact on Nanbei family. They would definitely keep it a secret. This was the impact on their prestige and influence. Otherwise, Nanbei family would have already erupted after a few days. Of course, even if the outside world didn't know about the situation, the higher-ups of Nanbei family couldn't sit still anymore. This could be seen from the appearance of so many experts of Nanbei family in East Xuanyu. They were searching everywhere for the whereabouts of the fire Qilin, but the outsiders didn't know about it. To Jiang Chen, taking out the Qilin Saint blood was a very dangerous action in itself because the experts of Nanbei family were likely to sense it. However, Jiang Chen was currently in Qingfan Prefecture, the imperial capital of Great Qian Empire. It was impossible for the experts of Nanbei family to infiltrate the place directly. Sister Ning, drink and refine this saint blood. It will bring you endless benefits. Jiang Chen handed the Qilin Saint blood to Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu opened her eyes and smiled at Jiang Chen. Then, she drank the saint blood in one gulp. Wu Ningzhu's action showed that she had enough trust in Jiang Chen. Drinking something that was casually given to her by others showed that she wasn't on guard at all. Of course, even if Wu Ningzhu was on guard against anyone in this world, she wouldn't be on guard against Jiang Chen. After drinking the Qilin Saint blood, Wu Ningzhu's qi changed once more. She had truly obtained tremendous benefits today. Countless people would be envious of her if they knew about it. It didn't take long for Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base to break through to the late golden immortal realm. Her qi was still rising, showing no signs of stopping. This situation was within the expectation of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. They had already seen that the limit of Wu Ningzhu today was at least the half-step immortal king realm. Hong. At this time, a powerful qi suddenly gushed out from De Huang Dog's body. This was supposed to be the most critical moment for Wu Ningzhu. But now, De Huang Dog had a reaction. I, Master Dog, have been stimulated. Now, I'm going to break through to the true immortal king realm. Ha ha. De Huang Dog was incomparably excited and laughed loudly. He turned into a golden light and went into a room with a swoosh. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. De Huang Dog's body originally contained a large amount of essence of great sovereign weapons, which could be refined and absorbed at any time. Now that Wu Ningzhu had undergone such a tremendous change, De Huang Dog must have been stimulated to a certain extent. As a matter of fact, De Huang Dog had already been stimulated in Futian manner. Although Jiang Chen was only a late golden immortal expert, he could easily kill an intermediate golden immortal expert, and that was without his half-step immortal king form. Although De Huang Dog was a half-step immortal king, his combat strength was no match for Jiang Chen. Now, after being stimulated by Wu Ningzhu, De Huang Dog finally couldn't help but rush to the true immortal king realm. The immortal king realm was a hurdle for any immortal. It wasn't easy to cross it, but De Huang Dog was obviously not an ordinary immortal. It wasn't difficult for him to surpass the immortal king realm. Whether it was Wu Ningzhu or De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen felt very gratified. East Xuanyu was full of crises and challenges. In order to establish a foothold here, the only thing they could rely on was their own cultivation base. Only by becoming stronger and stronger could they continue to move forward. The qi of the entire courtyard was like a violent storm. Jiang Chen hastily struck out a seal to seal this place. The people of King Fan Prefecture were all busy preparing for the king conferring ceremony. Jiang Chen didn't want the situation here to affect Yang Bufan's matter. Not long after that, Wu Ningzhu's qi rose to the half-step immortal king realm and stabilized very quickly. In this state, Wu Ningzhu was like a completely different person. She had undergone a tremendous change. Chapter 1437. Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base had reached the half-step immortal king realm. She waited until her cultivation base was completely stabilized before stopping. Wu Ningzhu slowly opened her eyes, feeling her current cultivation base and power. Even with her temperament, she couldn't help but feel excited. Little Chenzi, I have advanced to the half-step immortal king realm. Wu Ningzhu leaped up all of a sudden and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. She used to be a saint girl. No matter how cold she used to be, she would always show her womanly side in front of Jiang Chen. Advancing 3 realms in a row, advancing to the half-step immortal king realm from golden immortal realm. Anyone would be incomparably excited by such a huge leap in progress. It was only natural for Wu Ningzhu to be excited. After all, she was once weak and knew the feeling of being weak. Having been in the immortal world for such a long time, Wu Ningzhu had already understood everything about the immortal world. She knew that the vast immortal world was far more complicated than she had imagined. The road that she had to walk on was still very, very long and endless. It was extremely difficult to grow up in such an extremely competitive environment. Every improvement she made would bring her a pleasant surprise. This was the biggest surprise she had ever experienced since she entered the immortal world. Not only did she break free from her predicament, but she had also advanced her cultivation base. Moreover, she was able to see the person she had always dreamed of meeting. Although she had never thought that she would be able to do so, her cultivation base had improved, and she was able to meet the person she had always dreamed of meeting. Congratulations, Sister Ning. Your current cultivation base has completely stabilized at the half-step immortal king realm. Plus, your foundation is solid. Given your current talent, I'm afraid that it won't take long for you to advance to the immortal king realm. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu was happy and Wu Ningzhu appeared in front of him unscathed, Jiang Chen felt very relieved. He had found his family and friends from Saint Origin World, Han Yan, Tyrant and even Yan Chenyu. However, there was no news of Wu Ningzhu. Now that he could find Wu Ningzhu in East Xuanyu, the stone in Jiang Chen's heart was finally lifted. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you didn't appear in that manner, I'm afraid that you won't be able to see me again. Wu Ningzhu spoke. Her words were filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Other than that, it was also filled with deep love. Ever since this man unveiled her veil, her fate was destined to be tied with this man. No matter what happened in the future, Wu Ningzhu would have no regrets. If I didn't appear this time, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. In the future, no one will be able to hurt you, because I won't allow it. Because you are my, Jiang Chen's, woman. Jiang Chen held Wu Ningzhu's shoulders with both of his hands. He rarely said sweet words, but he knew what love was and what protection was. Wu Ningzhu nodded. Her eyes were slightly moist. She believed in every word of this man, more than she believed in herself. In the following time, the two of them hugged each other and sat on top of a rockery. While looking up at the full moon in the sky, they chatted happily. Both of them were not good at talking, but they chatted endlessly. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly relaxed and cozy. This kind of life was what Jiang Chen had always dreamed of. Jiang Chen told Wu Ningzhu everything he had experienced. From Yen City, to One-Line Sky, to East Xuanyu, Han Yan's matter, Tyrant's matter, and finally Yen Chenyu's matter. Jiang Chen had never seen Yen Chenyu. What he saw was a female corpse that looked exactly like Yen Chenyu. What did you say? Little Yu is lying in a coffin? What the hell is going on? Hearing the news about Yen Chenyu, Wu Ningzhu couldn't suppress the shock in her heart. She and Yen Chenyu were like siblings. She knew that in Jiang Chen's heart, she and Yen Chenyu were the two most important women. If something happened to Yen Chenyu, Jiang Chen was afraid that he would go crazy. I don't know about it yet, but it's very likely to be related to Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhong Xian. What I need to do now is to improve my cultivation base and strength. The realm of Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhong Xian is beyond my reach now. If little Yu is really related to these two great sovereigns, I think her safety won't be a problem. When I reach that realm one day, I will naturally find out about it. For now, neither you nor I can do anything because that realm is just too far away. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. Back in Saint Origin World, he was an old ancestor standing at the peak of the heaven and earth. There was nothing that he didn't know, but everything was different in the immortal world. He was a complete newbie here. The realm of Great Sovereign was just too far away for him. However, Jiang Chen was still very confident in himself. He believed that with his ability, he would reach that legendary realm sooner or later. He could stand at the peak of Saint Origin World and he could do the same in the immortal world. In Jiang Chen's subconscious, there was no such thing as impossible. I never thought that little Yu would be related to two great sovereigns. No matter what, I just hope that little Yu will be safe and sound. Wu Ningzhu said. She was trying to comfort herself. It was impossible to say that she wasn't worried and nervous at all. Don't worry. I will find little Yu sooner or later. Great sovereigns are nothing. If we can stand at the peak of Saint Origin World, we can do the same in the immortal world. It's just a matter of time. I like this process and am looking forward to it. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably confident. As a matter of fact, De Huang Dog must know something about Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhong Xian. Jiang Chen was well aware of this, but since De Huang Dog didn't say anything, he didn't ask too much. Jiang Chen knew that the reason why De Huang Dog didn't say anything was that he was still too weak. When he became stronger, De Huang Dog would naturally tell him about it. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the room. A reddish-gold pillar of light rushed out of the room, directly overturning the roof. The huge golden pillar of light rushed into the sky, illuminating the dark night. In the sky, an indistinct shadow of a celestial horse bloomed with endless brilliance. It was extremely mystical. De Huang has advanced to the Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen's face was filled with surprise. The movement caused by De Huang Dog's advancement to the Immortal King realm was just too great. Although it didn't alarm the entire imperial capital, it had alarmed the entire King Fan Prefecture. Of course, for King Fan Prefecture, which was filled with experts, the emergence of an immortal king wasn't a big deal. Therefore, even though De Huang Dog had made a huge movement, it didn't cause any great disturbance or impact. Chapter 1438. Of course, others might not care about a newly advanced immortal king, but there was one person who would, and that was Yang Bufan. As soon as De Huang Dog made his move, Yang Bufan appeared. He had once witnessed the terror of De Huang Dog in Evil Abyss. He knew that this dog wasn't as simple as he looked. Even though his current cultivation base had reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, he wouldn't dare to underestimate De Huang Dog. He landed beside Jiang Chen and lifted his head to look at the heavenly horse hovering in the sky. It was an incomparably mystical dragon horse. Its body was covered with golden scales. It was a divine and courageous mutated dragon horse, possessing an incomparably noble bloodline. The heavenly horse raised its head to the sky, showing its proudest side. What a powerful chi of divine beast. This is an ancient heavenly horse that can fly in the sky and the earth. It's omnipotent. I have long seen that De Huang is extraordinary, but I never thought that he would be a rare ancient divine beast, an existence that possesses the complete bloodline of a divine beast. No one can estimate his future achievements. Yang Bufan wasn't stingy with his words of praise for De Huang Dog. No one would dare to doubt the potential of a divine beast. Which of those mighty demon sovereigns in the 9 immortal domains of the immortal world wasn't famous? All of them were existences that could make people tremble with fear. Every divine beast that possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast had the potential to become a demon sovereign. De Huang Dog was a mutated dragon horse. His bloodline was even more powerful and precious. No one would doubt that he would become a demon sovereign one day. Very soon, De Huang Dog retracted his chi. It seemed that he didn't want to be too high profile. Plus, he had also realized that an immortal king was nothing in King Fan Prefecture. The place where he and Jiang Chen were now was the most powerful place in East Xuanyu. It could be said that it was the central zone of East Xuanyu, far from the border zone like Fu City. There were as many experts as there were clouds in this place, especially in the imperial capital where there were true immortal venerables. A powerful immortal venerable was an existence that was second only to the great emperor. They were below one person and above tens of thousands of people. They were the true rulers of the immortal world. Not long after that, De Huang Dog walked out of the room. Although he had advanced to the immortal king realm, De Huang Dog's appearance didn't change at all. If it wasn't for the shadow of a heavenly horse, even Yang Bufan wouldn't have associated him with a divine beast dragon horse. Haha, congratulations on advancing to the immortal king stage, brother dog. Yang Bufan laughed heartily. After sensing the divine beast bloodline in De Huang Dog's body, his attitude towards De Huang Dog had become even more polite. If his previous politeness towards De Huang Dog was due to his relationship with Jiang Chen, it was completely different now. In this immortal world, Yang Bufan wasn't the only one who longed to befriend a divine beast. A divine beast with a complete bloodline alone was enough to have an unparalleled status. One should know that divine beasts were extremely rare even in the immortal world. Not to mention Yang Bufan, even the emperor of Great Qian Empire and the powerful immortal venerables behind him wouldn't dare to despise a divine beast. He's just an immortal king. What's there to congratulate? De Huang Dog rolled his eyes and said casually. Yang Bufan smiled and didn't take it seriously. He turned his eyes to Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. When he saw the current state of Wu Ningzhu, his eyes were filled with undisguised astonishment. He remembered very clearly that Wu Ningzhu was still an early golden immortal 2 days ago. In just 2 days, she had already advanced to the half-step immortal king realm. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't be able to imagine it. Yang Bufan understood that this wasn't because of the power of his Yang soul transformation pill, but because of Wu Ningzhu's innate talent. If she was replaced by an ordinary person, even if she was given a venerable grade pill, she wouldn't be able to make such a great progress. Perhaps, she wouldn't even be able to absorb the medicinal power of the pill. It seems that there are always geniuses around geniuses. Yang Bufan couldn't help but comment. What he said was true. He had long known about Jiang Chen's innate talent. Many people who had come into contact with Jiang Chen had seen it with their own eyes. As for the people around Jiang Chen, each and every one of them was insanely powerful. Each of them could be described as monstrous geniuses. Whether it was De Huang Dog, Tyrant from Evil Abyss, or Wu Ningzhu, all of them were geniuses with extraordinary talent. Brother Yang, I heard that the king conferring ceremony will be held in 12 days. I wonder how the preparation is going? Jiang Chen asked. He was very interested in this king conferring ceremony. There's nothing much to prepare, but there will certainly be some troubles during the ceremony. Brother, you don't know about the matters of the empire. It's far more complicated than you can imagine. Yang Bufan shook his head and said, In my eyes, only those who can go through great storms will have the last laugh. That year, Brother Yang was able to abandon everything and go to a place like Evil Abyss. Such great perseverance isn't something the other princes can compare to. Jiang Chen said, but this wasn't a compliment. Jiang Chen would never compliment others. He was just speaking the truth. Before knowing Yang Bufan's identity, he didn't think highly of him. But after knowing, he felt deep veneration for him. As a matter of fact, I don't like this kind of imperial life. In fact, I don't like this kind of emperor's life. The reason why I decided to leave back then was that I was tired of the open and veiled strife between my brothers. There's no familial love here. Here, you'll only see mutual deceit. That's why I chose to leave back then. However, this is my route after all. I still have to return in the end. Everything here is unavoidable for me. Even if it's mutual deceit, I still have to experience it. Yang Bufan sighed, but from his tone, it wasn't hard to tell that he had really matured a lot. His every move showed great calmness. This was probably the gap between him and the other princes and princes. There's nothing wrong with deceiving each other. The immortal world is a place of deceiving and deceiving each other. Only through constant fighting can one grow. You can defeat the evil clan, so why should you be afraid of this imperial capital? Jiang Chen smiled. He knew very well what kind of strife these princes were. Sometimes, blood brothers would turn against each other and become enemies. Now that Yang Bufan had returned, he was conferred king-conferring ceremony. Naturally, many people would be envious of him. Currently, the Crown Prince Palace and King Ping are the biggest competitors of the successor. As for the other kings and princes, they won't put them in their eyes. Now that I've risen to power, they will certainly regard me as their biggest threat. The king-conferring ceremony will certainly not be peaceful. But I, Yang Bufan, am not afraid. No matter what means they use, I'll take them on. Chapter 1439. As long as there were people, there would be strife, let alone a place with power and influence. Jiang Chen was very clear about this. The strife of the imperial clan was unavoidable even if they were from the same sect. In fact, it might even be more tragic. Jiang Chen could almost imagine that the king-conferring ceremony would be as Yang Bufan had predicted. At that time, both King Ping and Prince Bai wouldn't let the ceremony go smoothly. As for what kind of trouble they would look for, Jiang Chen had no idea. Even Yang Bufan didn't know. After all, Yang Bufan had been away for more than a decade. He needed to familiarize himself with everything in the imperial capital. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but he was sure that he would stand on Yang Bufan's side as long as Yang Bufan needed it. However, Jiang Chen felt that given his current ability, he might not be able to help much. After all, he was only a late golden immortal, not even an immortal king. What's the cultivation base of the Crown Prince and King Ping? Could it be that they are stronger than you? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Of course. The cultivation base of the Crown Prince and King Ping has already reached the immortal emperor realm, said Yang Bufan. Even though they were opponents, he had to admit that the Crown Prince and King Ping were indeed very strong. Putting aside the strength of their forces, their cultivation base alone was already frightening enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. It seemed like the geniuses of the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu were much more powerful than they had imagined. They had no idea how many true immortal emperors there were. To be able to reach the immortal emperor realm at such a young age wasn't just a matter of talent, but also a matter of great perseverance. In the following time, Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog were cultivating in King Fan Prefecture, living a peaceful and comfortable life. King Fan Prefecture was brightly lit day and night. It was very busy. Everyone was busy preparing for the king-conferring ceremony. At this time, Jiang Chen really couldn't provide any help. Eastern Profound Domain had been in a state of unrest recently. While the king-conferring ceremony was busy, Nanbei family didn't calm down either. The entire Eastern Profound Domain was filled with the shadows of Nanbei family's experts. Those with discerning eyes could already feel the abnormal atmosphere, but since the people of Nanbei family didn't say anything, no one knew what was happening in Nanbei family. Apart from that, the death of young Master Futian had also caused a great upheaval in that area, because not only young Master Futian had died, but many other geniuses had also died. It could be said that all the major powers in that area were infuriated. They couldn't wait to eat Jiang Chen alive, but as old man Bai Wang had already taken Jiang Chen away, there was nothing they could do. After Jiang Chen left, Fu Kuei went to Corpse Yin's sect and begged the higher-ups of Corpse Yin's sect to avenge his son. However, after hearing that Jiang Chen was Yang Bufan's friend, the experts of Corpse Yin's sect didn't give a clear answer. They only said that it wasn't the time to provoke King Fan yet, but they would certainly avenge Jiang Chen's death. As long as they had the chance, they would definitely kill Jiang Chen. After all, the people of Corpse Yin sect weren't people that anyone could kill or get away with it. The attitude of Huangquan Gate was the same. The death of Hua Ying had infuriated them. In other words, regardless of whether they would provoke Yang Bufan or not, it was a fact that Jiang Chen had offended these two major powers. Perhaps, it could be said that young Master Fu Tian and Hua Ying were nothing to Corpse Yin sect and Huangquan Gate. Losing such geniuses wasn't a big loss, but this was a matter of face. In any case, young Master Fu Tian and Hua Ying represented the face of Corpse Yin sect and Huangquan Gate. Killing them was equivalent to slapping the faces of these two major powers. What did the major powers care about the most? It was face. A puny golden immortal dared to provoke these two major powers. If they let this matter go, wouldn't they become a laughingstock in the future? Fu City. A white cloth was hung outside the city lord mansion. The atmosphere of the entire mansion was incomparably oppressive. Everyone in the mansion was as silent as a cicada in winter. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. Ever since the death of young Master Fu Tian, this place had never been peaceful. The roar of Fu Kuei could be heard every day. At this moment, in the main hall of the city lord mansion, a green-robed youth was standing there with a face full of anger. Standing opposite him was Fu Kuei. Fu Kuei's eyes were still glowing with red light. He hadn't calmed down from his anger. Not being able to kill Jiang Chen that day was the thing he regretted the most. What he regretted even more was that he didn't arrive a step earlier. Even if he did, his son wouldn't have to die. Of course, he didn't know that if Jiang Chen was determined to kill Fu Tian, even if he, Fu Kuei, arrived earlier, Fu Tian would still be dead. Dad, we must avenge second brother. So what if they are King Fan's men? Our divine line sect isn't afraid of them. The green-robed youth spoke angrily. He was none other than the eldest son of Fu Kuei, Fu Wei. He was a genius of divine line sect. His cultivation base was much more terrifying than Fu Tian's. At such a young age, he had already reached the late immortal king realm. Such a cultivation base would give him a certain status even in divine line sect. This was because such a genius had the highest chance of breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. Every young immortal emperor was the hope of a major power. After Fu Kuei felt that it was hopeless to rely on Corpse Yin sect, he summoned his eldest son back. When Fu Wei heard that his brother was killed, he was naturally infuriated to the extreme. Ah Wei, just like what you said, we must avenge this. We can't rely on Corpse Yin sect anymore. For the time being, they won't offend King Fan for a dead man. So if we want to avenge our brother, we can only rely on ourselves. Fu Kuei spoke. Dad, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I will certainly kill him with my own hands to avenge my brother. Fu Wei clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He had a belly full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. He felt that if he met Jiang Chen now, he would definitely tear him into pieces. Ah Wei, do you have any ideas? That brat should be hiding in King Fan Prefecture. Even if you are from Divine Line sect, you won't have the chance to kill him. Fu Kuei spoke. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would have a relationship with King Fan. Dad, King Fan's king conferring ceremony will be held in a few days. This will be my chance. With White Tiger and King Ping present, the ceremony won't be peaceful. I have a good relationship with King Ping. When the time comes, I will follow King Ping into King Fan Prefecture. As long as that Jiang Chen appears, I will find a chance to kill him. Chapter 1440. All right. Ah Wei, I will leave the revenge of your brother to you, but don't be careless. Don't underestimate that Jiang Chen. That man is the most terrifying genius I have ever seen. Although he's only a late golden immortal, he already has the strength to kill an intermediate immortal king. Your brother died in his hands because he underestimated him. Fu Kuei reminded. He had seen Jiang Chen with his own eyes. Although he hated Jiang Chen very much, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was indeed the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. Don't worry, Dad. He's just a puny little golden immortal. No matter how powerful he is, how powerful can he be? I really don't know what's wrong with Fu Tian that he died in the hands of a golden immortal. Given my ability, if I meet that Jiang Chen, I will certainly beat him until he begs for mercy. Fu Wei was incomparably confident. From his words, it could be seen that he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. After finishing his words, Fu Wei left. The king conferring ceremony would be held in a few days. He had to get in touch with King Ping now. Fu Wei vanished. Fu Kuei knitted his brows. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. This premonition came from Fu Wei's contempt for Jiang Chen. He had seen Jiang Chen before. Such a man must never be underestimated. However, the only thing that reassured Fu Kuei was Fu Wei's strength. He believed that a late immortal king wouldn't have any problem killing Jiang Chen. After all, the gap between a late golden immortal and a late immortal king was just too huge. He didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could surpass so many levels to fight. There were only a few days left before the king conferring ceremony. To immortals, a few days was just too short. It would pass in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the king conferring ceremony. It was a big day for Yongbufan and the entire imperial capital. It was a big day for any prince of Great Qian Empire to be conferred the title of king conferring. This itself had a certain symbolic meaning. Among the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu, whenever a genius disciple advanced to the immortal emperor realm, the sect would arrange a grand ceremony to announce it to the world. This was a kind of glory, a supreme glory. Although Yongbufan hadn't advanced to the immortal emperor realm, his king conferring ceremony was equally glorious. As a matter of fact, it was because Yongbufan wasn't a true immortal emperor that people were jealous of him. Whether it was the crown prince, King Ping or the other young princes, every one of them was conferred the title of king when they advanced to the immortal emperor realm. The immortal emperor grand ceremony and king conferring ceremony were held at the same time. In other words, in Great Qian Empire, only immortal emperors were qualified to be conferred the title of king. Reaching the immortal emperor realm was the standard threshold to be conferred the title of king. Yongbufan hadn't crossed this threshold, but he was already conferred the title of king. King Fan Prefecture was very large. There was a huge square in the middle. At this moment, the square was filled with red lanterns and silks. At the center of the square was a towering altar. The altar looked very grand. On top of it was a statue of an old man who seemed to be in his 80s or 90s. Despite his doddering appearance, the fact that this old man could be placed in the most important place of the ceremony was enough to show that this old man had an extraordinary identity. That's right. This statue was the old ancestor of Great Qian Empire, the old great emperor of the old great emperors, the first founder of Great Qian Empire. Today, Yongbufan was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, standing at the forefront of the procession, giving off the demeanor of a king. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were standing beside Jiang Chen. Old Man Bai Wang and the other two immortal emperors were standing beside Yongbufan. The other higher-ups of King Fan Prefecture were standing behind them. The scene was very quiet. Brother, that's the ancestor of Great Qian Empire. Even I haven't seen him before. Father won't be attending the king conferring ceremony. When Father's imperial edict arrives, we just have to kneel and greet the ancestor. Yongbufan spoke. Just the statue alone is already filled with majesty. To be able to create such a powerful empire, how could such a person not be admired? I wonder if this ancestor is still alive? Jiang Chen sighed. Everyone in the world worshipped the strong. Jiang Chen was no exception. Every true expert had something that made people admire them. The ancestor has been glorious all his life, creating countless glories. However, the foundation of Great Qian Empire is very strong. It has existed for thousands of years. There are two rumors about the ancestor. Some say that the ancestor is dead. Some say that the ancestor has gone to the immortal court. In any case, the ancestor is just a legend to the entire Great Qian Empire. Yongbufan spoke. Mentioning the ancestor, Yongbufan's expression was filled with awe. As soon as Yongbufan's voice faded, a whirlwind suddenly rose from the sky, stirring up a whirlpool in the calm void. Then, a sturdy middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged man seemed to be in his 40s. He was wearing a green robe and there was an incomprehensible pattern on his chest. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, everyone was filled with awe. The entire King Fan Prefecture fell into complete silence. The middle-aged man didn't deliberately emit any pressure, but many of them were already sweating profusely. Even though it was just an invisible pressure, they still couldn't stand it. Very powerful. Jiang Chen was shocked. This middle-aged man was just too powerful. He had seen immortal emperors before. Fu Kuei was an early immortal emperor, but compared to this middle-aged man, Fu Kuei was nothing. The gap between them couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. A late immortal emperor. No, this man is a half-step immortal venerable. The foundation of Great Qian Empire is truly powerful. A random bastard can actually be a half-step immortal venerable. De Huang Dog said. Although a half-step immortal venerable wasn't a true immortal venerable, it had already far surpassed an immortal emperor. It was as difficult as ascending to the heaven to meet such a figure, but today, he had appeared in King Fan Prefecture. This showed that the emperor of Great Qian Empire still attached great importance to him. Greetings, Master of Prefecture. No one dared to be negligent. Under Yang Bufan's lead, everyone in the prefecture bowed deeply. No one dared to be disrespectful to this big shot. Yang Zonqing was the person in charge of Genius Prefecture in the imperial capital. He was the favorite of the current emperor, second only to the emperor. Even Yang Bufan didn't expect that Yang Zonqing would appear in person today. Such treatment was too high, which made Yang Bufan feel flattered. Who in the entire Great Qian Empire didn't know the name of Yang Zonqing? Back then, Yang Zonqing was the general of the empire and had the title of ever-victorious general. His meritorious deeds were innumerable. Once, in the war against Great Cloud Empire, he annihilated millions of enemies and beheaded the generals of the enemy. The imperial edict has arrived. Yang Bufan, receive the imperial edict. The emperor of Great Qian Empire has conferred the title of King Fan to Prince Yang Bufan. The ancestral worship ceremony begins now. Yang Zonqing was holding an imperial edict that was radiating golden light and read the content aloud. Chapter 1441. The whole scene was incomparably solemn. Everyone was looking up at the altar in the sky with eyes full of awe. Yang Bufan received the imperial edict and came to the statue of the ancestral master with a solemn face. Then, he knelt in front of the statue and kowtowed 3 times. No matter how arrogant the disciples of Yang family of Great Qian Empire were, they wouldn't dare to show any disrespect or neglect in front of the ancestral master. Even if the current emperor was here, he would have to kowtow to the ancestral master. The king conferring ceremony was very simple. There wasn't any complicated process. It only required an imperial edict from the emperor and Yang Bufan to kowtow to the ancestral master to complete the ceremony. In other words, after these 3 kowtows, Yang Bufan would become the real King Fan. From then on, he would have a pivotal position in Great Qian Empire. Bufan, I've thought highly of you in the past. Sure enough, you didn't let me down. Among the many princes, you're considered a promising young man. That year, when you left Genius Prefecture, it seems that you didn't bring disgrace to the prestige of Genius Prefecture. Today, you've been conferred the title of King Conferring. I'm happy for you. This is the gift I've prepared for you. Yang Zonqing said. His words were full of praise for Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan felt honored to be praised by Yang Zonqing. He knew Yang Zonqing's ability and character very well. Across the entire Great Qian Empire, there weren't many people who could be praised by him. Being praised by him was something to be proud of. Yang Zonqing's hand was like a magic trick. A medicinal herb appeared in his hand. It was a jade-like ginseng. Its whole body was milky white. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Snow Jade King Ginseng. Master of Prefecture. This gift is too precious. How can Bufan afford it? Yang Bufan's expression changed. The Snow Jade King Ginseng was a rare medicinal herb. It had reached the venerable grade. It was simply a rare treasure. But Yang Zonqing took it out and gave it to Yang Bufan. Even a fool could see how important Yang Zonqing was to Yang Bufan. Although Yang Bufan was a prince and had been conferred the title of King Fan, he didn't dare to slight Yang Zonqing in the slightest. He even addressed Yang Zonqing as Lord. This showed how high Yang Zonqing's status was in Great Qian Empire. Gosh! It's a rare venerable grade spiritual herb. Snow Jade King Ginseng. Such a treasure is extremely beneficial even to Master of Prefecture. I didn't expect him to gift it to King Fan. Even Elder Bai Wang was unable to hide his astonishment. The Snow Jade King Ginseng is too precious. It will bring unimaginable benefits to King Fan. King Fan has just advanced to the half-step immortal emperor realm. After a period of time, when his cultivation base reaches the peak of half-step immortal emperor realm, this Snow Jade King Ginseng will help him break through to the immortal emperor realm. Master of Prefecture is truly considerate. There are as many geniuses in Genius Prefecture as there are clouds in the sky. King Fan is the first to be treated like this by him. Let's just wait and see. Even Yang Zonqing thinks highly of King Fan. King Fan will surely achieve great things in the future. The faces of the experts of King Fan Prefecture revealed a look of surprise. Apart from the preciousness of the Snow Jade King Ginseng, it also represented the importance that Yang Zonqing attached to Yang Bufan. One should know that King Ping and Crown Prince were both from Genius Prefecture, but Yang Zonqing didn't even present them with any treasures on the day of their conferring ceremony, let alone the Snow Jade King Ginseng. What the hell is Genius Prefecture? De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask. Although they were talking about the master of Genius Prefecture, both De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen knew nothing about this Genius Prefecture. However, they could also imagine that Genius Prefecture should be a very important department of Great Qian Empire. Brother Jiang, you might not know this, but Genius Prefecture is a place that specializes in cultivating geniuses in Great Qian Empire. Many aristocrats, princes and grandsons, descendants of high-ranking officials and the outstanding geniuses selected from the countless sects of Great Qian Empire will be sent to Genius Prefecture for cultivation. In other words, Genius Prefecture is the gathering place of the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. The Crown Prince and Crown Prince are from Genius Prefecture. King Fan also left Genius Prefecture from that place. You can imagine Yang Zonqing's status in Genius Prefecture. Old Man Bai Wang explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were enlightened. They couldn't help but feel deep respect for Yang Zonqing once more. At the same time, Jiang Chen couldn't help but have some interest in Genius Prefecture. One should know that as one of the 11 major powers, Great Qian Empire's sphere of influence was just too vast. Putting aside the princes and grandsons, there were also countless sects under the empire. Each sect was cultivating geniuses for the empire. Every year, there would be top geniuses selected to enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation. It was the most appropriate word to describe Genius Prefecture as the gathering place of geniuses. This was the foundation of an empire. It was the foundation of a powerful empire. However, the Emperor of Great Qian Empire had entrusted such an incomparably important place to Yang Zonqing. Apart from showing the Emperor's trust in Yang Zonqing, it also showed Yang Zonqing's ability. This point could be seen from King Fan's incomparably respectful attitude towards Yang Zonqing. Take it. Yang Zonqing casually waved his hand and threw the Snow Jade King Ginseng into Yang Bufan's hand as though he was throwing rubbish. Yang Bufan hastily and carefully received the Snow Jade King Ginseng. This was a peerless venerable grade herb. Even ordinary immortal venerables would treat it as a treasure, let alone Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan was touched. He knew that although Yang Zonqing seemed to have thrown the Snow Jade King Ginseng casually, he was actually feeling very distressed in his heart. If he was in Yang Bufan's position, he would also feel distressed. Thank you, Master of Prefecture. Yang Bufan bowed to Yang Zonqing once more. When he raised his head again, he found that Yang Zonqing had already disappeared. The king conferring ceremony was just that simple. It ended just like that, but in fact, it was just the beginning. Crown Prince has arrived. King Ping has arrived. King Yun has arrived. 9th Prince has arrived. 13th Prince has arrived. Young Master Zhao of Grand Preceptor Prefecture has arrived. As soon as Yang Zonqing left, the loud voice of the guards outside was heard. Then, a large number of people began to rush towards the square. Upon seeing this, the corner of Yang Bufan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. He knew that what should come would come sooner or later. He couldn't stop it. These people had been here for a long time. The reason why they didn't come in directly was that Yang Zonqing was here. Most of these people were from Genius Prefecture. Who would dare to disrespect Yang Zonqing? Even the Crown Prince had to be as docile as a kitten in front of Yang Zonqing. Now that Yang Zonqing had left, they came in without any hesitation. They came in the name of congratulating Yang Zonqing. So the king conferring ceremony had just begun. Chapter 1442. With a sway of his body, Yang Bufan descended from the sky and stood in front of the camp of King Fan Prefecture. Brother, the guests have arrived. We have to welcome them. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Of course we have to welcome them. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't know whether Jiang Chen was lucky to encounter such a grand scene as soon as he arrived in Great Qian Empire. Anyway, Jiang Chen's passion and fighting spirit had been aroused. He had seen the demeanor of the true geniuses. This was the real immortal world. One-line sky was on a totally different level compared to this place. A large number of experts were marching towards them. The one in the lead was clad in a golden robe and a purple gold crown with a spiraling dragon embroidered on his chest. In the entire Great Qian Empire, apart from the emperor, only the crown prince was qualified to wear a dragon-shaped robe. He was the crown prince. He seemed to be around the same age as Jiang Chen. He had a dignified look on his face. His body exuded the qi of an immortal emperor. Jiang Chen discovered that this crown prince wasn't an ordinary genius. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm, but he was afraid that even an ordinary intermediate immortal emperor wouldn't be a match for him in terms of combat strength. This is the crown prince. He controls a major power called White Tiger, which is very prestigious in Genius Prefecture. Yang Bufan said in a low voice. Look at that. He's King Ping, also a peak early immortal emperor. His power in Genius Prefecture and the imperial capital isn't any weaker than the crown prince. Although the other princes are also immortal emperors, their power and influence are far inferior to the crown prince and King Ping. Look at their unsightly faces. Do you know why? Yang Bufan pointed to another man in white and said. The man was tall and handsome. His gestures were filled with the aura of a superior. He was a true emperor. He was King Ping, called Yang Buping. He and the crown prince's face looked incomparably unsightly. The other princes didn't look too good either, because they saw Yang Zonqing giving you the Snow Jade King Ginseng. How smart was Jiang Chen? He could naturally guess the reason behind this. That's right. You should know that even the crown prince didn't receive any gift from Yang Zonqing when he was conferred as the crown prince. But today, King Fan received a rare venerable grade Snow Jade King Ginseng. This naturally made them jealous. Of course, apart from jealousy, they also felt threatened. King Fan is a potential threat to them. Bai Wang said as he stroked his beard out of habit. Old man Bai Wang's words were easy to understand. The return of King Fan had already made them feel a strong sense of competitiveness. Now, even Yang Zonqing was praising Yang Bufan, which further showed Yang Bufan's potential. How could Crown Prince and King Ping bear it? At this time, Jiang Chen knitted his brows and shifted his gaze to King Ping's camp. He could sense a murderous intent that was directed at him, not Yang Bufan. Sure enough, when Jiang Chen looked over, he saw a green-robed young man staring at him with a venomous gaze. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Who's this? Why does he have such a murderous intent towards me? Jiang Chen knitted his brows in puzzlement. He had only been here for a short period of time. He didn't know these people at all. Moreover, whether it was the Crown Prince or King Ping, both of them were here for Yang Bufan. Even if they had killing intent, it should be directed at Yang Bufan, but this young man was obviously targeting him. Others might not be able to sense the hidden killing intent, but given how sharp Jiang Chen's senses were, even the slightest change in the environment wouldn't be able to hide from him. Humph! No matter who you are, you need to have the ability to kill me. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly in his heart. Although this man had the cultivation base of a late immortal king, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of him. He might not be able to defeat such an expert, but it was absolutely impossible for this man to kill him. The Crown Prince and the others had indeed been here for some time, waiting for the end of the king conferring ceremony. Unexpectedly, they saw the Snow Jade King Ginseng that Yang Zonqing gave to Yang Bufan, which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. They had already made up their minds. Since Yang Zonqing thought highly of Yang Bufan, they must embarrass Yang Bufan today. Haha! Congratulations, King Fan. Today is such a joyous day. If we don't come, wouldn't it be impolite? King Ping was the first to speak. He laughed loudly, looking incomparably sincere on the surface. Such a man was the most shrewd and also the scariest. From this point alone, it could be seen that this King Ping was scarier than the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's unkind face hadn't changed since he came in. This alone showed that he wasn't as good as King Ping. The presence of the Crown Prince, King Ping, and my royal brothers has brought light to my humble abode. Yang Bufan clasped his fists. In the face of the pressure from so many experts, Yang Bufan's face remained calm. There wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. He had the demeanor of a great master, which was admirable. Old man Bai Wang and the others nodded silently and praised him. In any case, King Fan's qi didn't lose to them at all. Even though he was only a half-step immortal emperor, The chi of a king in his body was on par with the crown prince and King Ping. They could even feel a kind of chi from Yang Bufan that the crown prince and King Ping didn't have. It was a sense of steadiness, the chi of a superior, and the domineering aura that could control everything with just a wave of his hand. Of course, a man who had been the Lord of Evil for 10 years wouldn't be comparable to the Crown Prince and King Ping in terms of experience and temperament. Those who hadn't stayed in that kind of tragic environment would never know the horror of that place. Only the superior who had walked out of that kind of place could be called a true superior. King Fan, today is your wedding day. If there's no program to liven things up, wouldn't it be imperfect? Since you have been conferred the title of king, I'm sure that there must be a lot of extraordinary people under your command. Our great Qian Empire advocates the martial Tao and pays particular attention to the strong. The establishment of Genius Prefecture represents the prosperity of our geniuses. Every king must have some geniuses by their side. Why don't we select some geniuses for a competition? What do you think, King Fan? The Crown Prince spoke. Without any extra congratulatory words, he went straight to the point to make things difficult. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, the facial expression of Old Man Bai Wang and the others changed instantly. This Crown Prince is too shameless. How dare he use this trick to make things difficult for King Fan? He knows that King Fan has just returned and hasn't even returned to Genius Prefecture. He doesn't have any geniuses following him. On the other hand, Crown Prince and King Ping have gathered a large number of geniuses, many of whom are from Genius Prefecture. Chapter 1443. The atmosphere on King Fan's side changed all of a sudden. On the other side, everyone's face revealed a mocking smile. That's right. They came here today to watch King Fan make a fool of himself. If Yang Bufan made a fool of himself in his own king-conferring ceremony, he would become the laughingstock of Great Qian Empire. He would never be able to raise his head again and lose the qualification to compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. He might even lose the qualification to compete with the other kings and princes. Only the Crown Prince, King Ping, Yang Bufan and everyone else present were as clear as a mirror about this. Old Man Bai Wang and the others' faces turned incomparably unsightly. Only they knew the current situation of King Fan Prefecture. Compared to King Ping Prefecture, King Fan Prefecture was still very weak, but it had great potential for development. Yang Bufan had just returned to Great Qian Empire not long ago. It was already very good that he could win over so many experts in such a short time. As for those geniuses of Great Qian Empire, they were basically in Genius Prefecture. Yang Bufan hadn't been to Genius Prefecture since his return. Therefore, there wasn't a single genius following him. This in itself was a great irony. Great Qian Empire respected the strong and overflowed with geniuses. The existence of Genius Prefecture itself represented the importance that Great Qian Empire attached to these geniuses. Therefore, although the Crown Prince's request of letting the geniuses compete seemed excessive, it was also reasonable. At least, Yang Bufan had no reason to refuse. In other words, Yang Bufan could admit defeat directly, but he couldn't refuse. However, could Yang Bufan admit defeat directly? That was impossible. Admitting defeat was equivalent to losing everything. He was afraid that the emperor would strip him of the title of King Fan tomorrow. A king of Great Qian Empire couldn't admit defeat, especially in the king-conferring ceremony. This was no longer just a matter of face. It had already involved the future development of King Fan. This was also the most awkward situation King Fan was in. Old Man Bai Wang and the others understood his situation. The Crown Prince and King Ping also understood it. If Yang Bufan couldn't find a genius to fight for him, the Crown Prince and King Ping would take this opportunity to mock him. If a dignified king was defeated in the king-conferring ceremony, how was he going to show his face in the imperial capital in the future? What? King Fan doesn't dare? Do you want this Crown Prince to lend you a few geniuses? My white tiger doesn't lack geniuses the least. The Crown Prince said sarcastically. Isn't it a bit too much for the Crown Prince to do this? He clearly knows that King Fan doesn't have any genius under him. Isn't this a slap to King Fan's face? King Ping said with a smile. This guy was really a shrewd person. He had directly mocked both his opponents. First, he mocked the Crown Prince for purposely making things difficult for him, and then he mocked King Fan for having no subordinates. This was a truly terrifying opponent. Haha, since the Crown Prince is interested, how could I refuse? Yang Bufan burst into laughter. His expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. He was extremely calm because he wasn't afraid at all. He had a trump card, and that was Jiang Chen. Old Man Bai Wang and the others couldn't understand why King Fan could still smile at this moment. Could it be that he had really found a genius to fight? Could it be that Jiang Chen? That's right. There was a Jiang Chen here. The others might not know much about Jiang Chen, but Old Man Bai Wang did. A person who could kill young Master Futian could indeed hold the fort. War God Yang Bufan looked at Jiang Chen and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Brother, I'm counting on you this time. Yang Bufan shrugged, showing a look of helplessness. Jiang Chen smiled. He could see the current situation very clearly, so he didn't decline. Yang Bufan needed him. Of course he wouldn't refuse. You trust me that much? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Of course. Big brother's future depends on you. Yang Bufan's smile was very clear. It was a kind of trust. Jiang Chen could feel that Yang Bufan trusted him without the slightest doubt. Jiang Chen knew that the reason why Yang Bufan asked him to fight was not only for himself, but also for Jiang Chen. He wanted to make Jiang Chen famous. It was impossible to stay low-key in the imperial capital. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and took a step forward. Crown Prince, this is my brother. His name is Jiang Chen. He's also the most powerful genius by my side. Today, I'll send him to fight. Yang Bufan spoke in a clear voice. In front of so many people, he admitted that Jiang Chen was his brother and not his follower. This point alone was enough to prove that he really regarded Jiang Chen as his brother. As a matter of fact, he was most relieved to send Jiang Chen to fight. Even if there were other powerful geniuses by his side, he would still send Jiang Chen to fight. Compared to Old Man Bai Wang, he was the one who truly understood Jiang Chen. This was an extremely terrifying guy with astonishing explosive power. His performance in Evil Abyss was enough to prove it. Yang Bufan was most relieved to bet his future on Jiang Chen. What? Everyone, including Crown Prince and King Ping, couldn't help but exclaim when they saw a golden immortal. Shortly after, they burst into laughter. There was only one person who didn't laugh. He was the green-robed man who stood beside King Ping and revealed killing intent towards Jiang Chen. Wasn't this a joke? What was Yang Bufan thinking by sending a golden immortal to fight? This is hilarious. King Ping, you should have just said it if you don't have any subordinates. Why did you send a puny little golden immortal to humiliate us? That's right, King Ping. We are all from Genius Prefecture. The lowest cultivation base among us is an early immortal king. Isn't this a humiliation to us by sending a golden immortal? King Ping, don't force yourself if you can't find anyone. We will understand. You just have to lower your head and admit defeat to His Highness the Crown Prince. This puny golden immortal isn't even worth a slap. In their opinion, this was just too funny. Which one of them wasn't an immortal king expert? They couldn't even find a half-step immortal king expert. If they were asked to fight a golden immortal, they wouldn't have the slightest interest in it at all. The faces of the people of King Fan Prefecture turned incomparably unsightly. They couldn't do anything to be humiliated like this. Look at your pathetic faces. Let them have some fun first. They will cry later. Old Man Bai Wang reprimanded in a low voice. Bai Wang, could it be that you have so much confidence in this Jiang Chen? An immortal emperor beside him asked. I don't know anything else. I only know that he has really killed young Master Futian. Old Man Bai Wang said. Based on this point alone, he believed that Jiang Chen would certainly surprise them today. Chapter 1444. Old Man Bai Wang seemed to have a lot of confidence in Jiang Chen, but the others didn't have that much confidence. All of them were skeptical, but at least someone was going to fight. It was better than no one at all. Otherwise, King Fan Prefecture would lose a lot of face. King Fan, I hope you will be more serious. This competition isn't a joke. You are sending a puny little golden immortal to fight? The weakest genius here is an early immortal king. Wouldn't it look bad if he was killed with a slap? The Crown Prince spoke sourly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look Jiang Chen in the eye, but this was understandable. After all, Jiang Chen was merely a golden immortal. How could a high and mighty Crown Prince put him in his eyes? Crown Prince, I'm very serious. I hope you will treat this seriously as well. By the way, Let me kindly remind you that this brother of mine doesn't have a good temper. He doesn't know how to control his strength. You'd better not send an early immortal king genius out. If my brother can't control himself and kills him with a slap, it won't look good. Yang Bufan said with a smile. These words sounded like a humiliation to the crown prince, but he was speaking the truth for the sake of the crown prince. If the other party really sent an early immortal king, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to defeat him with a finger. King Fan, you're just a puny little golden immortal. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. In that case, I won't be polite anymore. In any case, you're the one who asked for this humiliation. The crown prince's face was cold. He had decided not to be polite to King Fan anymore. In any case, he had come here today to humiliate King Fan. He wouldn't say anything even if he killed this brat. After all, it was very hard to control the battle between an immortal king and a golden immortal. After killing Jiang Chen, he would like to see who else King Fan would send to fight. Today's trouble had just begun. Which one of you is willing to fight? The crown prince spoke to a dozen geniuses who had walked out from Genius Prefecture. Those geniuses exchanged glances with each other. None of them had the slightest intention to fight. It could be seen that they looked down on Jiang Chen, thinking that Jiang Chen wasn't qualified to be their opponent. Yin Hong, come and fight. The crown prince spoke. A young man in black robes walked out. This young man had an extraordinary demeanor. His cultivation base was at the early immortal king realm. Such a character wasn't considered anything in Genius Prefecture, but such a young immortal king was already something to be proud of. Your Highness, I'm afraid that I might accidentally kill him and embarrass King Fan, Yin Hong said with a frown, looking extremely impatient. From the looks of it, he did not want to fight. He felt that fighting a golden immortal would lower his status. You don't have to worry about this. Just use your full strength. If you have the ability to kill my brother, I will give up my title of King Fan. King Fan said. What? King Fan's words caused another round of exclamations. No one had thought that King Fan would have such great confidence in Jiang Chen. He even took out his title of King Fan. Wasn't this bet a little too big? King Fan, don't be impulsive. This isn't a joke. King Ping reminded. King Fan, do you mean what you said? The crown prince narrowed his eyes. Of course it counts. King Fan said solemnly. Good. Yin Hong, don't hold back. Kill him directly. The crown prince issued a killing order. He absolutely didn't believe that Yin Hong couldn't defeat a puny little golden immortal. No matter how talented the opponent was, how heaven-defying could he be? Even the crown prince himself could only fight a half-step immortal king when he was a late golden immortal. He wouldn't be a match for a true immortal king, let alone a genius like Yin Hong. Brother, in that case, don't hold back. Yang Bufan spoke to Jiang Chen. In terms of cruelty and mercilessness, the crown prince was still no match for him. Yang Bufan had seen many life and death situations in Evil Abyss. So what if he killed someone? Today, he wanted to make a name for himself. No matter what the opponent's moves were, he would take them all on. Since the crown prince wanted to kill, he didn't mind using blood as a sacrifice for his king-conferring ceremony. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He hated being restrained the most. There was no need to be polite in a battle. In that case, let's begin, said the crown prince. As the crown prince spoke, he waved his hand and struck out a sheet of golden light. The golden light formed a huge light shield in front of him. The inside of the shield was the location of the battle. This was a very good method. After all, the combat strength of a battle between immortal kings would be very shocking. If there weren't any protective measures, perhaps the entire King Fan Prefecture would be turned upside down. The crown prince didn't care about the destruction of King Fan Prefecture, but he couldn't ignore the rules of the imperial capital. No large-scale battle was allowed in the imperial capital. It was a crime to destroy the buildings of the imperial capital. With this light barrier, he wouldn't have to worry about the impact of the energy overflow. This was a light barrier deployed by a peak early immortal emperor expert. Even the most powerful immortal king wouldn't be able to break it. This was almost certain. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen strode into the light barrier. At the same time, Yin Hong, who was on the opposite side, walked in with a sneer. Jiang Chen, I advise you to admit defeat now, then kneel down and kowtow to me. In this way, you can still keep your life, Yin Hong spoke. He was eager to see the scene of Jiang Chen kowtowing and admitting defeat. One should know that Jiang Chen represented King Fan now. If Jiang Chen knelt down and kowtowed to him, King Fan's reputation would be ruined and he would no longer be able to show his face in the imperial capital. You are thinking too much. Jiang Chen shook his head. Bah! I really don't know where a puny little golden immortal gets his confidence from. Asking me to fight personally is an insult to me. I've decided to slap you to death to save me the trouble. Yin Hong spat on the ground. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just like an ant. The gap between them was just too huge. If he couldn't kill Jiang Chen with a single slap, then he would lose all his face. You talk a lot of nonsense. I don't want to take advantage of you. You make the first move. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. His disdainful attitude had completely infuriated Yin Hong. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Yin Hong was infuriated. He fully unleashed the chi of an early immortal king. His palm radiated golden light. With a sway of his body, he launched an attack at Jiang Chen. No one knew how much force was contained in that terrifying slap. It seemed that if Jiang Chen was hit by this slap, he would certainly die. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.